Chapter 75. Special Mission. Detected that host is at the concert venue. The following mission is hereby assigned. During the concert, sing a song that is genuinely loved by 80,000 audience members. Mission success. Receive a cultivation method, divine inspection technique. Mission failure. Transform host into a celestial maiden. Note, this mission cannot be declined. And Lin, he really wanted to smash the system. Transform into celestial maiden and Lin? He might as well die. This system either didn't show up, or whenever it did, it would try to screw him over. Had it been led astray by Xiao Hong? Sing a song that was genuinely loved by 80,000 audience members? F***CK, the entire concert venue only had 80,000 seats. Even if Dongfang Shui was extremely popular, he would still have to sing a song that would win over everyone's hearts. This difficulty was simply heaven-defying, and Lin's singing skills were decent, but there was a saying that those who had seen the ocean could not understand a single drop of water. Dongfang Shui's singing skills had already intoxicated all of the audience, with her as the center of attention, and Lin wanted to win over everyone with his singing skills. What a fool's dream! Did you know why there were so few famous singers at her concerts? It was because after listening to Dongfang Shui's singing, the audience would always feel that there was a huge disparity between the other singers. So this is a singer? What the hell is he singing? Most famous singers didn't dare to sing at Dongfang Shui's concerts in order to protect their own reputation. In contrast, some of the lesser-known singers would often sing during Dongfang Shui's breaks, as they didn't fear anything. Their goal was naturally to fight for a chance to show their faces, so the evaluation was no longer important. The audience didn't have high expectations for these less famous singers. As long as they didn't sing out of tune, they would be fine. They were just there to spice up the atmosphere. If Lin were to sing, the audience would first label him as a spice under Dongfang Shui's halo of suppression and the audience's halo of weakness. Under these two halves, he had to sing a song that would win over the entire audience. He only wanted to say one thing right now. F***CKU system. If you want me to transform into Lin, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? And Lin was in despair, but he had no choice but to accept reality. Should he give up on treatment and wait for his transformation? No. Even if the chances were slim, he would never admit defeat. And Lin would never be a slave. His fighting spirit had been ignited by the system. He wanted to struggle. He wanted to resist. Calm Fairy, I want to sing at your concert. And Lin looked at the classic beauty in front of him and suddenly said, What? Tian Lingling immediately yelled. Wasn't Lin here for an autograph? Why was he suddenly singing at Dongfang Shui's concert? A hint of surprise also flashed through Dongfang Shui's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of excitement. Sure, when do you want to go up? I'll arrange it for you. After your next song, if possible, I hope you can praise me before you leave the stage. The more Lin said, the more embarrassed he became. Dongfang Shui covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. All right. Do you have any singing achievements or any music awards that you've won? I can't just randomly praise you, can I? And Lin cleared his throat. Ahem. I wonder if I can brag about the Mountain City 8th High School's Top 10 Campus Singer Award. Dongfang Shui, Tian Lingling, there was only one thought in their minds. Brag my A***S. This was the concert of the most popular singer in the entire Hua Nation, Dongfang Shui. You want to brag about the Top 10 Campus Singer Award? You can brag about Lin to death with such a badass award. Ahem. Dongfang Shui almost choked on her own saliva. She forced a smile onto her face. Mr. Lin, leave your speech to me. I hope you can perform well. Just tell big sister Lu which song you want to sing. She'll take care of everything else. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. All he had to do was raise Dongfang Shui's image and convince his 80,000 fans that he wasn't just a seasoning agent, but also an immortal herb. That way, the audience's halo of debilitation would be weakened to the extreme. The halo of debilitation would be dealt with for now. What about Dongfang Shue's halo of suppression? He couldn't just let her go on stage and sing all she wanted. Then he could turn the tide and create a stark contrast between himself and her. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to convince Dongfang Shue, not to mention his own conscience. She was a narcissistic celestial maiden. How could she do something that would ruin her own image? And Lin was in a bit of a dilemma. Even if the audience didn't judge him based on his performance, and they even had some expectations of him, how was he supposed to win over the entire concert audience? Win them over with the singing skills of a top 10 campus singer? Even though Lin was now a cultivator of the 10th stage Dao body and had an immortal body, his voice was much better than before. However, he had to admit that he was nowhere near Dongfang Shue's level. His singing skills were only on par with normal singers. However, Dongfang Shue was a top-notch singer. This was her concert, and the taste of the audience had been elevated to the heavens by her. There was no way he could win them over with his singing skills. Aside from his singing skills, what else did he have? Something that could seal the deal in one fell swoop. Seeing as his singing skills weren't up to par, he could only choose a song. Choosing a song that caught the audience's attention would often result in unexpected results. Suddenly, he thought of a song that had left a deep impression on him. The audience had never heard that song before, but the melody was extremely moving. If it was that song, there was a chance. Mr. and Lin, I'm going on stage to sing. Hurry up and choose a song. Dongfang Shue waved at Lin with a smile before making her way toward the stage. After Dongfang Shue left, Tian Lingling immediately made her way over to him. Hey, fake Taoist priest. What the hell are you doing? Why do you suddenly want to sing? A wry smile appeared on Lin's face. I have no choice but to sing, and I have to win over 80,000 people in the audience. If I fail, you'll probably see me in women's clothes every day. Huh? Tian Lingling's eyes widened in shock. She didn't know why Lin had to wear women's clothes if he failed, but it was still quite exciting to think about it. Mr. Lin, which song would you like to accompany you? Ms. Lu made her way over to him. It was almost Lin's turn to take the stage, so she had to make a decision. And Lin shook his head. I don't need any accompaniment. I'll sing without any accompaniment. What? Ms. Lu was dumbstruck. He didn't need accompaniment at a concert? What a joke. Tian Lingling's eyes lit up. He didn't need any accompaniment. He was going to win over 80,000 people by singing without any accompaniment. Didn't that mean they'd be able to see Lin in women's clothes tomorrow? And Lin nodded toward Ms. Lu with a serious expression. He was going to sing a song he learned from Xiuxian United University. No one in the mortal world knew how to accompany him. Hence, he could only sing without any accompaniment. Chapter 76. As Dongfang Shue's voice fell, the entire concert hall erupted into raucous cheers. After she finished singing, she did not leave as she usually did. Instead, she stayed where she was and solemnly introduced the next singer who was about to appear. The audience at the concert was very surprised. Usually, the singers who came to help would be announced directly by the staff. Dongfang Shue usually left as soon as she finished singing, like a gust of wind. Now, she actually stayed behind to introduce that person. This was very unusual. Almost everyone in the audience was filled with curiosity, wondering just what kind of singer would be personally introduced by Dongfang Shue. From Dongfang Shue's words, the audience was able to form a direct impression of the singer who was about to take the stage. He was a new singer, and he had a lot of potential. The song he was about to sing would surprise the audience. Dongfang Shue exited the stage and handed the microphone to Lin. She looked at him encouragingly and said in a quiet voice, "Good luck!" And Lin smiled and nodded. Then he walked to the center of the stage. As soon as he appeared, the audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. If he hadn't been there himself, he wouldn't have been able to understand how shocking those cheers were. The 80,000 spectators cheered in unison, causing him to be overwhelmed with emotions. The burning gazes of the 80,000 spectators made him extremely nervous. The white glow sticks danced rhythmically, like a vast and boundless world of ice and snow, like a boundless white ocean. It was extremely spectacular. This was the first time Lin had experienced such a big scene. Only now did he know what it felt like to stand on the stage and face an audience of 80,000. Hello everyone, my name is Lin. Next, I'm going to sing a cappella song called Taoist Scripture. And Lin looked at the white ocean in front of him, calmed his mind, and slowly said. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the audience seats. Oh my God, did I hear that right? This singer is going to sing a cappella at Shueishua's concert? Is this the surprise Shueishua was going to give us? Don't tell me it's a scare. Who is Lin? Is there such a singer in China? I'm more concerned about what kind of song Taoist scripture is. Don't tell me it's a Taoist scripture. I want to see what kind of flowers that man can sing. Not only were the audience discussing spiritedly among themselves, even Dongfang Shui, who had been paying close attention to Lin this entire time, was given a fright. Why would Lin choose a song that he had never heard before, and it was even a cappella? What the hell was going on? Big Sister Lu, what on earth is going on? Dongfang Shui's brows were tightly furrowed as she spoke in a cold voice. Sister Lu's face was also full of embarrassment. This was strongly requested by Mr. Lin. He said that he could hold the entire audience. Even a cappella can hold the entire audience? Dongfang Shui stared at the figure on the stage with concern in her eyes. This wasn't some campus singing competition, but a concert with 80,000 people. How could they treat it so lightly? At this moment, Lin was standing on the stage. He ignored the wave-like chatter in the audience seats, adjusted his breathing, and then slowly opened his mouth. The emptiness is tranquil, and all things work together. Everything returns to their roots. Everyone is enjoying life, and the prison is like spring. I am alone. And the omen is like a baby. A clear and slightly magnetic voice rang out, drifting through the entire concert. And Lin began to sing, and all 80,000 people in the audience heard his voice. Just like that, all 80,000 people in the concert were dumbfounded. Oh my God, what is he singing? I don't understand a single word. You're not alone. I feel like I'm listening to a heavenly book. Are these lyrics? At this moment, some of the more knowledgeable audience members exclaimed in surprise. I can understand these lyrics. They really are from the Taoist scripture. As soon as Lin's speech began, the spectator stands immediately erupted into a frenzy of discussion. It wasn't that they didn't respect the singer. It was just that this song was simply too amazing and had too many points to criticize. However, when they heard the lyrics, when they experienced the melody, for some unknown reason, their hearts slowly began to calm down. This melody sounds pretty good. Shoo, don't be so noisy, don't disturb me. The song was accompanied by an extremely beautiful melody, fluttering throughout the entire venue. Even though many people couldn't understand what Lin was singing, each and every syllable and note seemed to flow through their hearts, giving them a unique sense of enlightenment. The concert began to quiet down and people stopped talking. The only thing that existed in the venue was Lin's beautiful voice. However, at this moment, the sound of the zither suddenly rang out. It was like a winding mountain spring from a deep valley, perfectly blending with Lin's voice, bringing the music of the venue to a higher level. And Lin looked at a corner of the stage, where a woman in white was strumming the zither. The beautiful and lively sound of the zither flowed from her fingers. It was like a fine stream flowing through the heart, gentle and quiet, soft and comfortable. This was the sound of the Taoist scripture, the accompaniment of Lin. The woman winked at him with a mischievous expression, and Lin was slightly startled. The exquisitely beautiful woman in white before him was Su Xiaolan. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they were of one mind. The song and the sound of the zither sounded again. The sound of the zither flowed through the fingertips, like a butterfly fluttering its wings in pursuit of the Tao. The clear and melodious voice was imbued with an inexhaustible Tao, but it was also searching up and down, flowing through the growth rings of life. It was impossible to describe what kind of melody this was. It was extremely beautiful, and it did not seem like a song of the mortal world. It flowed into the ears of the 80,000 spectators, cleansing their hearts. Not only were the audience entranced, but even Dongfang Shui and Tian Lingling were also entranced by it. After what seemed like an eternity, the final note came to an end. The song slowly faded away before finally disappearing with the wind. It was like a butterfly fluttering into the distance, but it was also like the end of the path of seeking the Tao. The melody continued to linger after the conclusion of the song. The tens of thousands of spectators were unable to come to their senses for a long time, and they were still entranced by the artistic conception. Anlin and Su Xiaolan held hands and bowed slightly to the tens of thousands of spectators. Clap, 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 clap. Someone suddenly began to clap. Immediately afterward, the audience all put down the glow sticks in their hands and began to applaud. There were no waving glow sticks, no cheers. It was as if everyone had a tacit understanding. They didn't want to use glow sticks or cheers to destroy the artistic conception that was left behind. Everyone expressed their feelings in the purest way possible. All of a sudden, the entire concert venue erupted into applause. Chapter 77. Anlin and Su Xiaolan exited the stage amidst the applause of the entire audience. The audience stared at the couple, who looked as if they had walked out from a painting, their eyes burning with passion and reluctance to part. The audience gradually came back to their senses from the Taoist canon song, and all of them were extremely excited. I've been completely won over by this song. Although I don't understand the lyrics, I feel like I understand it. This is an indescribable feeling. It's really beautiful. The melody is still clearly etched in my mind. It's not just beautiful. I've never heard such beautiful music in my life. I don't know if it's just a psychological effect, but I feel so comfortable after listening to this song. The singer's name is Lin, right? From today onward, he's my second idol. Let me search for his information on Chindu first. Someone pulled out their phone and searched for Lin's information on Chindu. Although I feel sorry for Shue and Lin, I'm definitely your fan. The beautiful girl playing the guqin is also very good. Please give me some information. Humph, he's not even a cappella. There's clearly a guqin accompanying him. But seeing how beautiful the guqin is, I'll forgive Lin. A singer that Shue can introduce alone is indeed extraordinary. This song is really a surprise, a huge surprise. The concert was very well received, and all of the audience members expressed their praises generously. Without a doubt, Lin's Taoist canon song had already won over the entire audience. He had also gained a huge wave of fans along the way. Ding dong! A system notification popped up. Special mission complete. He had officially obtained the divine inspection technique cultivation method. After Lin mastered the divine inspection technique, he was ecstatic. This spell technique was so F*king useful. The divine inspection technique could be used in many ways, and it was equivalent to opening the heavenly eye. He could use the divine inspection technique on items to determine the source and material of the items. He could use the divine inspection technique on cultivators in battle to determine the characteristics of the cultivation method they were using, and he could even find its flaws and flaws. He could even use the divine inspection technique on spell formations, and he could see the life gate, death gate, formation core, and all sorts of flaws of a spell formation at a glance. This divine inspection technique was like a cheat code. No wonder the price of failure was to become a fairy. Sure enough, the risks and benefits were directly proportional. Now, Lin already had 2 cultivation techniques in his cultivation interface. Aside from the divine inspection technique, there was also the divine might technique. The God's Might technique was a growth-type technique. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful it would be. As for its function, it was actually to release pressure. The current and Lin could make cultivators below the 5th stage, Tao body faint from fear, when he used the divine might technique. It was able to make cultivators below the 10th stage, Tao body feel an invisible pressure. To put it simply, it was a skill that could increase one's aura when dealing with minions. For the current and Lin, this cultivation method was not very practical. Only when his cultivation increased would the effect of acting cool be obvious. Speaking of which, and Lin's God of War system also had a requirement for progressing to the spirit nurturing stage. Spirit nurturing initial stage, condition, consume 3 beast cores. Let's not talk about why he had to swallow the beast elixir and whether he would die after swallowing it. Just obtaining 3 beast cores was already an extremely difficult task. Spirit beasts that could condense beast cores were all spirit beasts. Their strength was on par with cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. If he wanted to obtain the complete beast core, he had to completely crush them in terms of strength. This was because swords and sabers had no eyes. Even if he could kill the spirit beast in battle, the beast core would still shatter. Thus, if he wanted to obtain the complete beast core, he could only use other methods, such as extracting it from the spirit beast's body at lightning speed. Within Lin's current strength, he couldn't do this. He could only rely on Big Brother Ching. When he encountered a spirit beast, he could beg Big Brother Chung to step in and extract its beast core. Spirit beasts were extremely rare on Earth. Thus, he could only make plans for progressing to the spirit nurturing stage after returning to the Tai Chu continent. And Lin calmed himself down and tossed the matter of the system to the back of his mind. He glanced at the woman beside him and said with a smile, "Your sudden appearance is really a pleasant surprise for me. How did you do it?" There was a smile on Su Xiaolan's flawless face. "I was at the concert venue just now. I wanted to listen to the most popular singer in the mortal world sing, but I didn't expect to hear from her that the next singer to take the stage was you. Haha, to be honest, I was also very surprised. However, I later discovered that you were actually singing the Taoist scripture. How can this song be performed without accompaniment? Thus, I came on stage out of friendship and cooperated with your performance." Su Xiaolan continued to smile as she looked at Lin, and Lin was extremely moved. If he had sung the song without accompaniment, it could only be said that he had a chance to make the audience mesmerized. However, with Su Xiaolan's zither accompaniment, the two combined and the effect was more than doubled, directly expressing the Taoist scripture perfectly. It was also because of this that his performance was a huge success. It could be said that Su Xiaolan had helped him preserve his dignity as a man and protect his penis. This was akin to giving him a new lease on life. After returning backstage, Lin saw Dongfang Shui and Tian Lingling. Tian Lingling's worldview was once again refreshed. She looked at Lin with reverence in her eyes and ran over to grab his arm. "Big Brotherin, can you teach me how to sing? What? You're not calling me fake Taoist priest anymore." And Lin chuckled as a condescending expression appeared on his face. However, Tian Lingling didn't fall for this and continued to cling on to him shamelessly. Dongfang Shui also made her way over with an expression of surprise on her face. "Mr. Lin, what song did you sing? Why do I feel like my cultivation base has increased after listening to it?" She suspected that she had just listened to a fake concert. And Lin's singing gave her the feeling that she was listening to a mighty cultivator preach the Tao. Regardless of whether it was the lyrics or the melody, they were all imbued with the concept of Tao, allowing one to unwittingly deepen their understanding of Tao. And Lin smiled and brought out a copy of the Celestial Court's Taoist scripture before handing it to Dongfang Shui. "Use your vital energy to read this book, and you'll be able to experience the melody and concept of Tao within the book." This was a book that every student at Xiaoxin United University had a copy of. Reading it regularly would help students deepen their understanding of Tao, and they could also sing it along with the melody so that the audience would be able to experience the concept as well. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had read this Taoist scripture countless times, and they had memorized it by heart. It was exactly because of this that the two of them were able to coordinate so well on stage. Thank you, Enlin. Dongfang Shui accepted the Taoist scripture with a joyful expression and held it in her arms as if she were holding an extremely precious treasure. Tian Lingling had pestered Enlin to teach her how to sing because she wanted to learn how to sing the Taoist scripture. Now that the Celestial Court's Taoist scripture was in Dongfang Shui's hands, she immediately threw herself into Dongfang Shui's arms and giggled. Big sister Dongfang, let's go read. All right. Dongfang Shui smiled sweetly and ruffled Tian Lingling's short, chestnut-colored hair before leading her into the lounge. Bye-bye, fake Taoist priest. Tian Lingling made a face at Enlin before following Dongfang Shui away without looking back. Enlin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of Tian Lingling's sudden change in attitude. In the end, he and Su Xiaolan made their way to the concert venue and listened to the entire Dongfang Shui concert. That night, the sea of white at the concert, as well as Dongfang Shui's beautiful voice, were deeply engraved in his heart. Performing with Su Xiaolan on the same stage had become an extremely precious memory to him. Chapter 78. The mission assigned by the Celestial Court to descend to the mortal world had been completed, and the shopping for his upperclassmen had also come to an end. It could be said that Enlin had regained his freedom and was completely at ease. On a sunny day, he wore casual clothes and got on the train to Shanqing. The matter with the Celestial Court was over. Now, it was time for him to bid farewell to the mortal world. Speaking of which, the reason why he was able to come into contact with a whole new world was all thanks to the 2 million gambling debt that his **starred father owed him. And Lin's father was in Mingchuan, and he used to be the CEO of a small construction company. Before his mother passed away, he had been living a comfortable life. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. However, a car accident took his mother's life. Because of this, his father became extremely depressed, and in order to relieve stress and release his emotions, he became addicted to gambling. Gambling breeds greed, and his father was no exception. Every time he gambled, he hoped to win more, but it was actually just to pave the way for him to lose more. His assets were gone, but it was fine. He could bet the house and try to earn it back. Then the house was gone. What could he do if the house was gone? He couldn't just sleep on the streets, could he? He had to earn the house back. In the end, he was in debt of 2 million. There was no way to return the money, so he could only run away. Before running away, and Mingchuan gave Enlin a call. Little Lin, your dad lost money outside. I'm going to lie low for a while. You should hide as well. And Lin, Dad, how much did we lose? And Mingchuan, 2 million. And Lin, F***CKU, are you crazy? Then, and Lin angrily hung up the phone. If he went into hiding, what would happen to his classes at Huaqin University? The person who owed the debt was his father. Why would he go into hiding? And Lin chose to continue his classes. Then he was captured by the debt collectors. They didn't care about the rule of law. They just dragged him out to do hard labor without any hesitation. It was fine if Mingchuan didn't pay the debt, but your son was working himself to death anyway. Every day he didn't pay the debt, your son would have to suffer inhumane torture. Just like that, and Lin couldn't stand the torture and ran out. Finally, on the roof of a building, he met the person who completely changed his fate. And Lin walked on the ups and downs of the mountain city, recalling the past. It had clearly been less than a year, but to him, it seemed like a long time had passed. The dusty past was slowly recalled, as if it was a lifetime ago. Finally, he reached the entrance of a building. Looking up, there was a plaque with the words Hongda Construction Investment Company Limited written on it. Sai, this is the place. And Lin heaved a faint sigh before making his way in. In a luxuriously decorated office, a man in his 50s was sitting on a chair, drinking tea while reading the company's quarterly report. He was the boss of this company, and his name was Zhang Hongtao. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from the front desk, Zhang Hongtao picked up. "Director Zhang, there's a young man named Lin who wants to see you." Cough! Zhang Hongtao choked on his tea. "You mean Lin? Quick, get him in here." On the other side of the tea table, there was a strong man. When he heard the name Lin, his eyes lit up. And Lin, this kid, after disappearing from the world for a few months, he actually took the initiative to show up. That strong man was Huang Feibiao, the leader who led the chase for Lin. Not long after, a young man knocked on the door and entered. When Zhang Hongtao and Huang Feibiao saw the person, they were slightly stunned. He looked the same as before, but his temperament was completely different. Now, there was more confidence and determination between his brows, and he was no longer weak like before. "And Lin, I didn't expect you to come here again." Zhang Hongtao looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. It could be said that this place had left an extremely painful experience for Lin. Back then, he had tried every possible way to escape. Now that he had taken the initiative to come here, Zhang Hongtao was a little surprised. "Actually, I'm here to return the money." And Lin took out a bank card and said to the man in front of him, "Return the money? Return what money?" Director Zhang was confused, and Lin was also dumbfounded upon hearing this. Holy F***CK, how can you forget that someone owes you millions? Return the 2 million. And Lin's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth. F***CK. He was just about to throw a bank card on the table to show off. However, with that dumbfounded look on the other party's face, what kind of show was he putting on? At this moment, Huang Feibiao couldn't help but ask, "Have you not seen Mingchuan yet?" And Lin was confused. "What do you mean by that?" "Huang Feibiao, and Mingchuan has already returned all the money he owed." And Lin's pupils contracted upon hearing this. How is that possible? It's only been less than a year. How did he manage to gather over 4 million? "We don't know about that. You should hurry up and go see him. He comes to our company every other day to ask for you, insisting that we won't release you after you've returned the money. He's not keeping his word. But you really have disappeared from the face of the earth. What can we do? We're getting a headache from him." Director Zhang spoke with a resigned expression. "Do you know where he is? How can you contact him?" And Lin continued to ask. His father had already changed his phone number in order to avoid his gambling debts, so Lin had no idea where he lived. Zhang Hongtao smiled. "We don't know his address, but we do have a phone number. Hurry up and call him so he doesn't keep bothering us." After receiving the phone number, and Lin wasn't in a hurry to make the call. Instead, he walked out of the entrance of Hongda Construction and Investment Limited and dialed another number. "Hello, is this Huang Shanshan? I want to ask you for a favor. Help me look up information on Mingchuan, my father." "All right, thank you." He hung up the phone and took a deep breath before walking aimlessly on the road. The sun was scorching hot, and it scorched the earth. However, he didn't care in the slightest. All he could think about was his father. To be honest, he never would have thought that his father would be able to pay off his gambling debts. This made him feel extremely conflicted. The hatred in his heart lessened and was replaced by a sense of worry and joy. Could it be that his B***-starred dad had made a comeback? 2 hours later, Huang Shanshan called with a very detailed message. His father had only paid off his gambling debts of over 4 million yuan because he had borrowed money from some of his friends. One of his best friends had lent him close to 1 million yuan. His other friends had also lent him bits and pieces of money, and that was how he had managed to raise over 4 million yuan. Thankfully, his father had helped many of his friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise so much money in such a short time. Right now, he was working as the assistant project manager for a residential area project under Blue Ocean Construction Company. During the day, he would work at the construction site, and at night, he would take on some design jobs to pay off his debts. And Lin hurriedly wrote down the address and hurried over after hearing this. At dusk, the heat dissipated and the temperature began to drop. The construction site was quite far from the city, so his father lived in a makeshift house near the construction site. The makeshift house was about 20 square meters in size, and it was filled with all sorts of items. However, it had been tidied up neatly without the slightest hint of clutter. And Lin had already arrived at the door of the makeshift house, but he didn't go in. He stared at the familiar figure through the window. Chapter 79. Even though they had only been apart for about a year, and Lin's eyes began to well up with tears as he looked at his father's back. What's with all that white hair? He's only 50 years old. His white hair was intermingled with his black hair, making him appear particularly eye-catching, like silver needles stabbing into Lin's heart. It had only been a year. What could have happened to cause such a drastic change in his father? And Ming Chuan cooked a bowl of spicy noodles in his room before turning on the TV and eating the noodles. He really enjoyed watching TV while eating noodles. He felt that the sizzling sound of the noodles was more appetizing when paired with the sound of the TV. Even now, some of his habitual actions didn't seem to have changed at all. For example, before eating noodles, he would rub his hands together for no apparent reason before picking up his chopsticks. A familiar feeling welled up in Lin's heart upon seeing this. When he was younger, he would also imitate his father's actions before eating noodles and rub his hands together for no apparent reason. His mother would stand off to the side and watch the two of them rub their hands together in amusement. It was a very heartwarming feeling, but it was a pity that this scene could never be repeated again. On the TV, the beautiful host was broadcasting an entertainment news. Yesterday, a mysterious singer by the name of Lin appeared at Dongfang Shui's Asia tour concert. One of his songs, Taoist scripture, caused a huge stir at the concert. Now, this song has quickly become the #1 song on all of the major music charts. Now, let's enjoy this Taoist scripture together. And Ming Chuan's hands trembled slightly upon hearing this news. He raised his head and stared intently at the TV. The image changed to the concert venue, and a familiar face appeared before him. And Ming Chuan's eyes were wide open, and wrinkles appeared on his forehead as his breathing quickened. And Lin started off by singing a cappella, and his beautiful voice was transmitted through the TV. His clear voice was tinged with a hint of vicissitudes, and the beautiful melody drifted throughout the entire room. If one didn't listen to the Taoist scripture at the concert venue, they would miss out on the concept of Tao. However, this Taoist scripture was already top-notch just from the melody alone. Therefore, after it was spread to the internet through the media, it still ushered in a wave of explosive listenership. The freshly cooked noodles were still emitting hot steam. The slurping sound of noodles disappeared in the room, leaving only Lin's singing. The noodles between Ming Chuan's chopsticks had already turned cold, but he didn't notice. It was unknown whether he was intoxicated by the song or intoxicated by the familiar figure. Finally, on the TV, Lin held hands with the zither-playing beauty. He bowed slightly to the audience and slowly left the stage amidst the thunderous applause. The television screen switched back to the host, who began to comment on the song and the phenomenon it caused. And Ming Chuan came to his senses and excitedly picked up his phone before dialing that familiar number again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." He put down his phone with a forlorn expression and picked up his chopsticks again. He lowered his head and sniffled as he rubbed his eyes. "Why are these noodles so spicy? It's getting into my nose and eyes," he murmured. And Lin also rubbed his eyes as he watched the figure continue to eat his noodles. Just like how his father rubbed his hands while eating noodles, his actions were as coordinated as ever. Over the past year, he would often complain about how his father had screwed him over. If it wasn't for this bastard of a father, he wouldn't have been forced to drop out of school and be tortured. However, he had forgotten how his father had taken care of him in the past. He didn't see how his father had lowered himself to the point of forsaking his dignity to borrow money. He also didn't know why half of his father's hair had turned white in less than a year's time. The only thing that Lin knew was that his father would go to Hongda Construction, an investment corporation, every few days to beg President Zhang to release his son. Although his father probably knew in his heart that his son was no longer there long ago. That's right, his father's gambling habit was indeed a bastard. But what hadn't Lin done for his father? It seemed like he hadn't done a single thing for him up until now. All of the burdens and pressure seemed to have been shouldered by his father alone. Knock, knock, knock. And Ming Chuan slowly stood up and opened the door when he heard the sound of knocking. After opening the door, he was greeted by an extremely familiar face. He froze as his hands gripped the door handle tightly, his hands trembling slightly. Lin, little Lin, you're here? And Ming Chuan's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the young man in front of him. And Lin's eyes were a little red as he squeezed out a smile and lightly hammered the man's chest with his fist. You gambling addict, I've finally found you. What? You're blocking the door and not letting me in. Come in, come in. And Ming Chuan was afraid that Lin would run away, so he grabbed his hand and pulled out a chair. Seeing Lin sit down, and Ming Chuan also sat down excitedly. He stared at Lin as if he were looking at some kind of beauty, unable to take his eyes off of him. Little Lin, are you hungry? Do you want Daddy to make you a bowl of noodles? And Ming Chuan asked expectantly. Sure, I haven't had dinner yet. And Lin nodded. Hearing this, and Ming Chuan ran into the kitchen happily and began to busy himself. And Lin's heart slowly calmed down as he looked at the busy figure in the kitchen and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Soon, a bowl of piping hot noodles was brought over, and Ming Chuan's bowl was also filled with noodles. I'll eat with you, he said with a smile. The two of them sat at the same table and slurped down on the noodles. The chili peppers made their eyes turn red. Little Lin, I'm so sorry for putting you in that kind of situation. You go back to school. I'll think of a way to take care of everything else. I promise it won't affect your studies anymore. And Ming Chuan suddenly said, and Lin raised his head and looked at his father. Something in his heart tugged at his heartstrings again. Dad, didn't you watch TV? I'm a famous singer now. It's fine even if I don't go to school. And Lin replied. And Ming Chuan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Little Lin, listen to me. Finish your studies first. Knowledge is the most important thing these days. With knowledge, you'll be able to live a good life no matter what happens. Look at me. Even though I lost my company, I can still earn a lot of money with my own abilities. With your dad here, you don't have to sing to earn money. We don't have to worry about not having enough money to spend. Go back and study. A smile appeared on his suntanned face as he spoke. His eyes shone brightly. With Dad here, that's right, it feels so good to have someone to rely on. No matter what happens, there's always someone to stand in front of you and shield you from the wind and rain. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. It had been a year since he had come back. An indescribable sense of warmth welled up in his heart as he looked at his elderly father saying these words. A smile appeared on Lin's face, but the tears that were welling up in his eyes continued to flow uncontrollably. He felt like this was his home. This was where he belonged. And Lin was a cultivator, so he could sense his father's physical condition. Working day and night had already worn out his father's body. His elderly features and his half-white hair were the result of overwork and mental stress. If he allowed his father to continue like this, then what the F***CK was the point of him cultivating? And Lin gripped his father's hand tightly and spoke with an extremely determined expression. Dad, I'll take care of you from now on. Chapter 80. You'll support me. And Ming Chuan's heart suddenly trembled as he stared blankly at Lin. Soon he came to his senses and shook his head. No, I already told you. I don't need you to sing to earn money. Go finish university first. And Lin said firmly, that's not what I meant. I don't have any plans to earn money from singing. What I meant was, I already have enough money to support you. Saying this, and Lin pulled out a bank card from his pocket. There's over 350 million RMB in this card. Spend as much as you want. We don't lack money. And Ming Chuan was dumbfounded once again. He stared at the card for a long time before saying hesitantly, "Little Lin, don't joke around at a time like this," and Lin shook his head with a serious expression. "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, Dad, let's go check the ATM right now." And Ming Chuan looked at Enlin and could tell from his expression that Enlin wasn't lying to him. Moments later, and Ming Chuan spoke again with a serious expression. "Little Lin, tell me the truth. Where did you get the money? Did you win the lottery? Or did you win it with some amazing gambling skills?" And Lin's chest tightened upon hearing this. "Don't mention gambling. We're still good father and son." And Ming Chuan smiled awkwardly. He really didn't understand how he could earn over 300 million RMB in less than a year. Even if he could earn money from singing, hadn't Enlin just debuted? Where did he get the money from? And Lin knew what Ming Chuan was confused about, so he didn't hide anything. "Dad, I'll tell you the truth. I'm actually cultivating right now. I can have as many of these worldly possessions as I want." And Ming Chuan blinked. "What did you say?" I said, "I'm actually cultivating right now. Like the immortals in the TV shows, understand?" And Lin repeated, "Oh, I get it." And Ming Chuan was enlightened. "You're saying you're acting in a TV show? You're acting as an immortal cultivating?" And Lin, he knew that his dad wouldn't believe him if he didn't do something. "Dad, watch my performance." Hearing this, and Ming Chuan looked toward Lin, and Lin made a hand seal, and the spicy noodles in the bowl trembled as if they were being pulled. Then the noodles flew up like a living loach and flew into his mouth. The noodles and broth were continuously sent into his mouth, and all he had to do was to move his mouth and chew, and Ming Chuan's mouth gaped open in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He had never imagined that eating noodles could be done in such a way. After eating a few mouthfuls of noodles, and Lin smiled at Ming Chuan. "How is it? Amazing. What kind of magic is this?" And Ming Chuan was full of admiration. He had never seen such a realistic magic trick. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched. Suddenly, lightning flashed in his hand, and a lightning snake crackled. And Ming Chuan was once again rooted to the spot at the sight of the lightning revolving around Lin's fingertip. Then Razor pounced on the table. Boom! The table was charred black by this bolt of lightning. And Ming Chuan touched the dining table with his hand, and the dining table fell to the ground like black sand. The 2 bowls of noodles fell to the ground, but they didn't shatter as expected. Instead, they floated eerily in the air, and Lin waved a hand. The 2 bowls of noodles flew onto the kitchen table. Then, Lin snapped his fingers. A ball of flames appeared and burned the blueprints on Ming Chuan's desk. And Lin waved his hand. A blade of wind shot out from his hand and sliced the television in half. Just like that, one immortal spell after another was unleashed by Lin. And Ming Chuan's worldview was severely impacted, and his deep-rooted beliefs finally began to crumble. He believed it. He truly believed that his son was an immortal, and Lin was about to use immortal spells to blow up the entire house. How could he not believe it? And Lin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his father had finally accepted the fact that he was a cultivator. He really did have the urge to use his mountain-quaking fist to destroy this house. After that, Lin began to recount his experiences in detail. He told his father about how he met immortals, his studies at the Celestial Court's Xiuxian United University, as well as his mission to the mortal world. And Ming Chuan didn't think that his son would have experienced so many things in just a year. He was extremely shocked. Seeing that the time was ripe, and Lin spoke again, "Dad, let's cultivate. I'll show you off and fly." Cultivate? If Ming Chuan had heard this before, he would definitely have thought that it was a fantasy. But at this moment, his thoughts had undergone an earth-shattering change. Because immortals really existed, how could he give up on a chance to become a true immortal? "But my age is no longer suitable for cultivation," and Ming Chuan said hesitantly, "You're indeed too old. You'll be much slower however, and Lin's expression was extremely resolute as he continued to speak. But I told you I'll take care of you from now on. So what if I'm old? Pills, spirit stones, and cultivation methods can all make up for this. Dad, please believe me. One day, I'll definitely take you to the heavens. And Ming Chuan looked at the face that was no longer immature, and something stirred in his heart. Finally, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Little Lin, Dad believes in you. After Lin's father agreed to cultivate, they began to repay all the money they had borrowed. Apart from that, they also gave the people who borrowed the money quite a bit of extra compensation. After all, a friend who was willing to lend a helping hand during a time of crisis was definitely worth it. The next day, Lin called Huang Shanshan. Between the cultivation sects of the mortal world and the National Cultivation Department, he chose the National Cultivation Department. This was because the cultivation sects of the mortal world were almost completely independent of the Celestial Court and had very little contact with them. On the other hand, the National Special Operations Department had direct contact with the Celestial Court, and Lin was a member of the Celestial Court, so it would be safer for his father to go to the National Cultivation Department. Hello, and Lin, have you found your father? Huang Shanshan's slightly exhausted voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Yes, thank you. I found him now. It's like this. I want my father to go to your cultivation department to cultivate. Is that okay? And Lin asked with a concerned expression. Most cultivation departments had professional teachers, but for a student as old as his father, there would definitely be quite a lot of obstacles. He might even have to ask the teachers for their opinion. To his surprise, Huang Shanshan's reply was very straightforward. No problem. When do you plan to come? I'll send someone to pick up your father. And Lin was happy to hear that. Tomorrow then. My father and I will wait for you in Shan City. Okay, I'll contact you then. Huang Shanshan's reply was as straightforward as ever. Just as Lin was about to hang up, her voice sounded again. Wait, yes, what's wrong? And Lin was a little confused. I suddenly thought of something. If it's ordinary cultivation training, it's free for your father to come here. But other than that, there are other levels of training, Huang Shanshan said. There's such a thing? Tell me about it. And Lin didn't expect that there were different levels of training at their place. Huang Shanshan said, the first type of training is for beginner-level members. Our department's elite lecturers will personally teach you and provide you with all kinds of elixirs and top-notch cultivation techniques. The combat members of our Special Operations Department receive this kind of training. Because it consumes a lot of resources, you'll need to pay an additional 100 spirit stones a year. The second type of training is for advanced members. Our department's highest-ranking teacher will personally teach you. He's also my master. During the training period, our department will provide you with the best elixirs and top-notch cultivation techniques. It consumes a lot of resources, so you'll need to pay an additional 1,000 spirit stones a year. A moment of silence. And Lin, that's it. Huang Shanshan was taken aback. That's it? What else do you want? And Lin, don't you have the kind that costs 10,000 spirit stones a year? Do you have the Golden Supreme Super VIP guide? Huang Shanshan, no, piss off. And Lin, oh, then I'll have the advanced member guide. A helpless murmur sounded from the other side of the phone. Sigh, it's only 1,000 spirit stones a year. Can it teach my father well? Huang Shanshan almost burst into tears when she heard this. What the F asterisk CK? Is 1,000 spirit stones a small amount? Can't we just talk nicely? This is so hurtful. Speaking of which, how much money does Lin have? Is he a nouveau riche in the cultivation world? Is Lin looking at me like I'm a beggar? Huang Shanshan felt more and more like a poor C asterisk NT. The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she became. She didn't even have the mood to complain anymore. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Huang Shanshan felt that if she continued talking to Enlin, her Tao heart would be affected. Okay, I'll give you 1,200 spirit stones a year. I'll give you the extra 200 spirit stones as a tip. I hope you can take care of my father. After hanging up, Huang Shanshan looked up at the sky and sniffled. What's with this feeling of joy and sorrow? Chapter 81. Enlin and his father strolled around the mountain city for a day, from Geli Mountain to Hongya Cave, and finally stopped at the Liberation Monument to look for beauties. The father and son had too much to talk about, so they chatted nonstop. Because his father was about to set foot in the cultivation world, Enlin focused on talking about some general knowledge and interesting news in the cultivation world. However, his father's attention was not on the same channel as Enlin. In this day, he instigated Enlin 8 times to pursue Su Xiaolan. When his father was watching TV, he already had a very good impression of the beautiful woman standing next to Enlin. Moreover, he also found out from Enlin that Su Xiaolan helped Enlin a lot. Where could he find such a considerate and perfect fairy? It would be the best if she could be his daughter-in-law. Enlin could only pretend to be deaf and mute. The path of cultivation was long. Who would urge someone to get married before the age of 20? The next day, Huang Shanshan personally came to the mountain city. Enlin took out some pills that his father used from his storage ring and gave them to him. In addition, Enlin also gave his father 2,000 spirit stones as pocket money. He didn't care if his father could use them all. He just squandered them as much as he could. He couldn't guarantee that he would have a second chance to descend to the mortal world within a year. So this time he directly paid Huang Shanshan the cost of 3 years, 3,600 spirit stones in one go. Huang Shanshan was once again awed by Enlin's wealth. Her hands were trembling when she put the pile of spirit stones into the storage ring. She never thought that there would be a day when her storage ring would be stuffed full of spirit stones. Although it was only an ordinary storage ring with a circumference of 1 zhang, it was still very shocking. Enlin was also a little surprised when he saw Huang Shanshan had a storage ring. Storage rings were super luxurious items in the mortal world. Even a storage ring with a circumference of 1 zhang was extremely rare. This could be seen from the fact that the 4 demon kings didn't have storage rings. Huang Shanshan, on the other hand, had a personal storage ring. Among the cultivators in the mortal world, she could already be considered a big tycoon. Enlin reluctantly bid farewell to his father. Looking at his father's back as he left, a belief in his heart became even more resolute. Dad, when I descend to the mortal world again, I will definitely give you better elixirs and let you eat them like candy. He didn't know why, but he felt much better after speaking such bold words. As long as one's parents are alive, there is still a place to live. His parents were gone, and the only thing left in his life was to return home. Enlin didn't want to become a rootless person. On the path of seeking the Tao, he wanted his loved ones to accompany him. This was a very happy thing, and if he wanted his father to continue on the path of cultivation, he had to work hard and work hard. Enlin took out his phone and dialed Xianyuan Cheng's number. A gentle voice came from the phone. Enlin, what's the matter? Enlin, Big Brother Cheng, aren't you studying arrays? Take me with you. Xianyuan Cheng. Haha, I'm sorry, I'm on the Hidden Dragon submarine right now. It's already in the trench of the Pacific Ocean, and I have to investigate the seabed for 2 days. I can't take you with me for now. Enlin hung up the phone and dialed Su Xiaolan's number. A noisy voice came from the phone. Hello. Enlin, what's up? Enlin, Xiaolan, what are you doing? Let's go practice. Su Xiaolan, haha, I don't have time. Guess where I am right now? Enlin, on Earth. Su Xiaolan, you're only half right. I'm in the sky on Earth. Helicopters are so fun. Ha ha ha. Enlin, F*CK. You call that half right? No wonder he heard such a noisy voice coming from the phone. They were flying a F*King helicopter. Enlin hung up the phone in disappointment and heaved a long sigh. One of them was in the sky, the other was in the sea, and he was the only one drowning in the sea, and Lin felt like it was very troublesome to progress to the spirit nurturing stage and materialize a spirit root on his own. It was much more convenient to eat 3 beast cores. Hence, normal cultivation was no longer attractive to him. All he wanted now was to find someone to spar with so he could hone his battle techniques. Who should I find? And Lin opened WeChat out of habit and entered the All Cultivators of the World Unite to Protect Earth group to see if there were any cultivators who liked to fight. However, when he opened the Cultivator group, he discovered that it was already in an uproar. They were all discussing a major event. Taoist wooden ox. Shocking. The Tai-Bai sword sect was just massacred by the demon tribe. Enlightened Lazarite. Are you kidding me? The Tai-Bai sword sect is one of the top 10 sects in the Hua Nation. Even though they don't have a soul formation stage cultivator, they have an extremely powerful sect protection spell formation. Even the Demon Emperor wouldn't be able to break it. How could they have been massacred? Atomic Bomb Fairy. It's true. My sect has also just received the news. The Savior. According to the latest intel, the Demon Emperor allied with 2 blood gods and destroyed the Tai-Bai sword sect's protective spell formation. The sect leader, Sword Immortal Bai Ling, died in battle, and less than 1/10 of the sect's disciples survived. Dreamy Voice Fairy. So, it really has something to do with the Demon Emperor's flesh and blood tablet project. I didn't expect them to be so presumptuous in order to achieve their goal. Do they really think there's no one left in China? Cloud Exploring Taoist. The sect masters of Wudong, Kunlun, Longhu, and Shangqing have already started a video conference to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor. This time, they will definitely eliminate him completely. And Lin's mouth twitched. Video conference. Imagining the scene, why did it feel a little wrong? Crackshot Clairvoyant. I'm more worried about Green River Sword Immortal. When Lin saw this message, he suddenly realized that the Green River Sword Immortal in the group chat was the candidate to become the sect leader of the Tai-Bai sword sect. If the Tai-Bai sword sect was massacred, then wouldn't he be in danger too? Golden Jade. Green River Sword Immortal, are you okay? Then, the people in the group all Green River Sword Immortal. However, Green River Sword Immortal didn't respond. Crackshot Clairvoyant. I just called him, but he didn't respond either, Abbot Hain. Amit-Ba, all living beings don't have to suffer all kinds of pain, but they can enjoy all kinds of happiness. Benefactor Green River is merely heading to paradise. My condolences, everyone. As soon as the abbot said this, a sorrowful atmosphere permeated the group chat. Countless people who were friends with Green River Sword Immortal were all shedding silent tears. Tian Lingling. Green River Sword Immortal. Rest in peace, candle icon. Calm, Celestial Maiden. Green River Sword Immortal. Rest in peace, candle icon. Enlightened Lazarite. Green River Sword Immortal. Rest in peace, candle icon. The cultivators in the group all lined up and expressed their condolences to Green River Sword Immortal. And Lin thought back to Green River Sword Immortal's powerful and confident figure, as well as his majestic figure when he slew the Demon King. Sorrow welled up in his heart, and he also typed in the group chat, Fake Taoist Priest Little Lin, Green River Sword Immortal, Rest in peace, candle icon. Right at this moment, an avatar popped up, Green River Sword Immortal. F***CK. Cultivator and Lin, why are you cursing me? And Lin's hand trembled when he saw this message, and he almost threw his phone away. 3 seconds later, Green River Sword Immortal. F***CK. Why are you all cursing me? Enlightened Lazarite. F***CK. Calm, Celestial Maiden. My God. Tian Lingling. A demonic beast, a zombie. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Shocking. The Savior. Green River. Are you a human or a ghost? The cultivators in the group were all astonished by Green River Sword Immortal's resurrection. Green River Sword Immortal. I'm not in the mood to joke with you guys. Crack shot clairvoyant. Abbot Hain, give us an explanation. The cultivators in the group all tagged Abbot Hain. And Lynn. This wave of aggro was transferred beautifully. Sure enough, Green River Sword Immortal started to curse Abbot Hain. Unfortunately, Abbot Hain remained silent and didn't appear again. After a while, Green River Sword Immortal suddenly sent a set of coordinates. I'm being chased by a Demon King and 2 Blood Kings here. Can any cultivators nearby come and help me? We'll counterattack. And Lynn looked at the coordinates sent by Green River Sword Immortal. It was very close to where he was. Chapter 82. And Lynn looked at the coordinates, which were only a few dozen kilometers away from him. However, the enemy was a Demon King and 2 Blood Kings. With his strength, he could at most defeat half a Demon King. Should he hand over the remaining 2.5 to Green River Sword Immortal? After thinking for a moment, and Lynn decided to observe the reactions of the group members for a while longer before making a decision. However, he wasn't going to sit around and do nothing. Instead, he continued to observe as he drew closer to Green River Sword Immortal so that he could act in time. Qing Zhu, Senior Qing He, I'm only of the 7th stage Dao body. I can't participate in a battle of this level. I'd like to help, but I can't. Enlightened Master Black Spirit, ditto. I'm only of the 9th stage Dao body. I can't beat anyone. Senior Qing He, good luck. Crimson Rainbow Sword Immortal. Big Brother Azure River, our sect is also defending against the demon race's attack. As the sect leader, I really can't leave. Hold on. The savior. Qingha, I'm still in America. I can't come to save you. Hang in there. Cloud Exploring Daoist. I'm holding a demon subjugation conference at Mount Longhu. Hold on. Green River Sword Immortal's heart throbbed with pain upon seeing this. The Demon King is right behind me, yet you don't want it? You're going to hold a demon subjugation conference. Cloud Exploring Daoist. But the Demon Emperor isn't here. Green River Sword Immortal. And Lynn, he suddenly felt a great deal of sympathy for Green River Sword Immortal. It looked like the fellow cultivators in the group were planning to carry out the words, Green River Sword Immortal. Rest in peace to the end. Meanwhile, Green River Sword Immortal felt like he had joined a group of fake cultivators. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden. Qing He, send your real-time coordinates to the group. I'll help you. And Lynn was slightly taken aback upon seeing this message. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, was a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage in the group chat. She usually lurked in the background and almost never spoke in the group. He had heard Tian Lingling mention this person before, but he didn't think that Celestial Maiden Red Fox would voluntarily appear at this time. Green River Sword Immortal didn't hesitate and immediately sent his real-time location over. Red Fox Immortal quickly said again, "All right, wait for me. If we really succeed, I want the Blood King's corpse." Green River Sword Immortal, no problem. After Red Fox Celestial Maiden appeared, the group was in an uproar again. Calm Fairy, a beauty rescuing a hero, this is true love. Daoist Wood Knox, true love +1. Enlightened Lazarite, true love +2. Tian Lingling, let's just get married. Crackshot Clairvoyant, I've divined that tomorrow will be an auspicious day. Dreamy Voice Fairy, our Flower Sound sect has a picturesque scenery with flowers everywhere. It's a good place to hold a wedding. The Savior wedding? I want to go too. I'll fly back from America right now. Just like that, the cultivators in the group started popping up one after another, and the atmosphere in the group was once again distorted beyond recognition. Green River Sword Immortal. Celestial Red Fox. The reason why Red Fox Fairy did not want to speak in the group was because there was a bunch of lunatics in the group. They could often divert a serious topic by 1,000 miles. If she messed around too much, she would also become a lunatic. With the addition of Red Fox Immortal, the difference in strength between the two sides began to shrink. And Lin thought for a moment. Perhaps he could be of some help in this battle, so he spoke in the group. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin, Green River Sword Immortal, I just so happen to be nearby. I'll also come and help later. Once he said this, a large group of cultivators instantly chimed in. Tian Lingling. Fake Taoist priest, I advise you to take back your words as soon as possible. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Wow, what a dazzling third wheel. Enlightened Lazarite. Fellow Cultivator and Lin, you have to learn how to help others achieve their goals. Crackshot Clairvoyant. Haha, Green River Sword Immortal. Probably wants to strangle fellow Cultivator and Lin to death, right? And Lin was struck by the urge to cry as he read the string of denunciations. F***CK, what's going on now? He only wanted to help out, so why was it like he was a sinner? Right at this moment, Green River Sword Immortal spoke again. Green River Sword Immortal. Fellow Cultivator and Lin, don't listen to those lunatics. You're quite strong, so you can come over. However, when the battle starts, it's best to wait for Celestial Red Fox to arrive first. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin, got it. And Lin was a cultivator of the Immortal Rankings board, second only to cultivators of the Spirit Nurturing stage. Even among the prodigies of the 10th stage Tao body, he was considered one of the strongest. In terms of battle prowess alone, he was already comparable to the weakest cultivator of the Spirit Nurturing stage. Thus, even if he couldn't win against a Demon King of the Spirit Nurturing initial stage, he wouldn't be easily defeated. It was precisely because of this that he had the confidence to help Green River Sword Immortal. About 10 minutes later, and Lin arrived at the top of a large mountain. He looked at the real-time location sent by Green River Sword Immortal through WeChat. The distance between the two was already less than 10 kilometers. Green River Sword Immortal was rushing toward his location. Celestial Red Fox's real-time location was also flying toward his location from another direction. F***CK. It can't be such a coincidence, right? They're all gathering here. And Lin's expression darkened, and he hurriedly concealed his aura. He then found a large rock to hide behind in the distant sky. A black figure was slowly approaching. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and he stood on a flying sword, leaving behind a trail of white clouds in the sky. The only thing that ruined this scene was that he was holding a phone in his hand, and he was typing away. Green River Sword Immortal. Celestial Red Fox, are you ready? Once we meet, we'll immediately turn around and kill him. Celestial Red Fox. Got it. And Lin looked toward the sky in another direction. Celestial Red Fox should be less than 1 kilometer away from him now. But why hadn't he seen her yet? Could it be that she came here from the ground? And Lin suddenly came to a realization. That's right, if she came here from the sky, she'd be discovered by the Demon King and Blood King. Then, turning around and killing her wouldn't have any effect. 5 extremely powerful auras began to slowly converge soon, and Lin saw a lithe and graceful woman shuttling through the forest at an extremely fast speed. Her long, jet-black hair flowed behind her, and she held a crimson longbow in her hand. A blood-colored cloth was wrapped around her slender waist, and there were 3 red tails swaying behind her. She appeared extremely graceful. When Lin saw this figure, he was shocked. Was Celestial Red Fox really a fox? Shouldn't she be a Demon King? Why was she among the human cultivators? He shook his head and tossed aside the questions in his mind. His body began to tense up. Celestial Red Fox and Green River Sword Immortal began to converge at the same place. At this time, Green River Sword Immortal intentionally slowed down so that the distance between him and his enemies could be further reduced. Whoosh! The flying sword beneath Green River Sword Immortal's feet suddenly flew into his hand. His entire body erupted with a soaring aura, and his sword was like a rainbow as he slashed backward. A 10-meter-long green sword projection, like an inverted river, slashed toward the Demon King at the very front with astonishing might. Seeing that Green River Sword Immortal didn't flee and counterattacked, the Demon King of Arrogance was given a fright. He hurriedly activated his protective ability, and a copper wall appeared in front of him. Boom! The sword projection exploded, and the terrifying might tore the copper wall apart. The impact struck the Demon King of Arrogance's body, sending him flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although the Demon King of Arrogance was injured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since you've decided to retaliate, don't even think about escaping. Boom! At this moment, two monstrous crimson figures also caught up. Celestial Red Fox stopped in her tracks and drew her bow to the fullest extent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently around her, bringing with it an endless amount of flames. Then the flames began to converge on the bowstring, finally condensing into a crimson flame arrow. Whoosh! The crimson flame arrow tore through the air, carrying with it a terrifying might as it shot toward the Demon King of Arrogance. The Demon King of Arrogance had just been injured by Green River Sword Immortal. By the time he noticed the crimson flame arrow, it was already too late. The arrow pierced through his body and set him on fire. Ah! The Demon King of Arrogance screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. F***CK. There's an ambush. The two crimson figures in the sky were enraged. One of them charged toward Green River Sword Immortal, while the other charged toward Celestial Red Fox. A hint of joy appeared on Celestial Red Fox's dainty face. She turned to look at Enlin, who was behind the rock, and then pointed in the direction where the Demon King of Arrogance had fallen. Enlin nodded confidently and gestured okay with his hand. Just like that, Celestial Red Fox also started charging toward the crimson figure. Meanwhile, Enlin chuckled and madly sprinted toward the place where the Demon King of Arrogance had fallen. Chapter 83. The Demon King of Arrogance was struck by the arrow and fell, creating a crater in the ground. Black demonic energy gushed out from his body and engulfed the flames on his body. However, the large hole in his chest, from which black blood flowed continuously, could not be healed. Damn it! That B***TCH dared to ambush me. The Demon King of Arrogance clutched his chest and glared furiously at Red Fox, Celestial Maiden in the distance. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared in the Demon King of Arrogance's field of vision. Enlin had arrived. Enlin held a golden glazed longsword in his hand as he flew through the air. At this moment, he was a sword immortal. Eat my sword, heaven and earth shattering slash. Enlin roared and slashed his golden sword toward the Demon King of Arrogance. Heaven and earth shattering slash. The Demon King of Arrogance was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Boom! The sword slashed a 10-foot long trench in the ground. That's it. The Demon King of Arrogance blinked. Isn't this AF**King normal vertical slash? Seeing that his attack did not land, Enlin roared again. Eat my sword, void shattering slash. The golden glazed sword changed its angle and slashed toward the Demon King of Arrogance's waist. F***CK, your void shattering slash. The Demon King of Arrogance roared and directly punched the sword with his bronze-colored fist. Boom! The bronze-colored fist was several times harder than steel. It collided with the sword, and a circular shockwave swept out in all directions. Enlin was knocked back by the huge force and almost lost his footing. As expected, it's just a normal horizontal slash. The Demon King of Arrogance's expression darkened. The muscles on his arms bulged, and his fists glowed with a brown light. Again, Enlin roared and slashed toward the Demon King of Arrogance again. He yelled out one impressive name after another, and the sword continuously collided with the Demon King of Arrogance's body, causing loud explosions. The Demon King of Arrogance became angrier and angrier. This brat's rank was only of the 10th stage Dao body, yet he dared to fight him. This was intolerable for the demon king of arrogance. If that was the case, then so be it. But the problem was that this brat was using such crappy sword techniques. That's right. Every move of that brat's was a common sword technique, simply unsightly. If not for the fact that the demon king of arrogance was heavily injured, how could this junior bully and humiliate him like this? After a few more moves, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Do you really think this demon king is easy to bully? The demon king of arrogance bellowed and unleashed all the power in his body. He threw a punch in Lin's direction. Boom! The terrifying fist energy formed a shockwave, causing the ground within a radius of 5 meters around the demon king to crack. And Lin, who bore the brunt of the attack, was sent flying by the punch, and his sword flew out of his hand. And Lin fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he stood up again and shouted, "Awesome!" Then he clenched his fists and charged at the demon king of arrogance again. The demon king of arrogance's eyes widened. That was an attack he had just unleashed with all his might. If an ordinary cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body were to take this punch head-on, they would definitely be killed on the spot. However, this cultivator in front of him was still full of vigor after spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. What kind of freak was this? What the demon king of arrogance didn't know was that after Lin's body had been tempered by the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, the toughness of his body had long since surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage. Moreover, he had also swallowed the 2nd-grade immortal pill, the ultimate immortal fortune pill, personally refined by Cheng. Thus, his body was brimming with vitality. With his extremely high toughness and powerful vitality, that punch just now didn't pose much of a threat to Lin. And Lin and the demon king of arrogance were once again locked in battle. This time he didn't use his sword. Instead, he clashed fists with the demon king of arrogance. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of their fists set off shocking shockwaves. It was as if a series of bombs had exploded, blasting deep craters into the ground. The figures of Lin and the demon king of arrogance flashed about rapidly, exchanging blows. In the beginning, it was still fist against fist. Later on, it was a battle of fists. This was a battle between men. You punch me in the chest, and I punch you in the stomach. It was a battle of strength and defense. Then the demon king of arrogance spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was overwhelmed with shock. He didn't think that Lin's close-quarters combat would actually be so much more powerful than his swordsmanship. Not only was his defense freakishly high, but even his attack power was also extremely powerful. The demon king of arrogance was already severely injured to begin with. After exchanging blows again and again, his wounds tore open, and he clearly suffered more injuries. He felt that he couldn't continue fighting like this. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that he would be defeated by this little cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. Demonic dragon mystifying fist. A black dragon suddenly coiled around the demon king of arrogance's thick arm. With a terrifying fist intent, it transformed into a series of afterimages and enveloped Lin's entire body, leaving him with nowhere to hide. And Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had become snow white. Divine inspection technique, activate. Flaw analysis, and Lin's fist moved. It carried with it the power of breaking through the wind and was enveloped by the golden glow of the mountain quaking fist. The golden fist pierced through the afterimages of the demon king's fists and entered through an opening, landing a punch on the demon king's waist. Boom! The terrifying power behind the fist caused the demon king of arrogance's body to bend into a C shape. Ah! He screamed in agony. Then his body flew into the distance like a cannonball. His body only came to a stop after he smashed into a mound. The demon king of arrogance continuously spat out blood on the ground. His entire body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My demonic dragon mystic fist was actually broken by a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body? After a fierce battle, and Lin was also a bit exhausted. "Sword, come!" he yelled loudly, and the golden glazed sword flew into his hand again. Then he walked toward the Demon King step by step. "Thank you," and Lin said, "the Demon King of Arrogance." "And Lin, it's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. You allowed me to fully understand my own strength. Therefore, I'll give you a dignified death." The Demon King of Arrogance finally understood why Lin had used a third-rate sword technique to fight him in the beginning. He also understood why Lin had chosen to fight him barehanded. He also understood why Lin was able to take him by surprise even after using his ultimate technique. So, he was just a sparring partner from the very beginning. PFFF! The Demon King of Arrogance was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had never felt such humiliation before. He was a mighty Demon King, yet he was reduced to being a sparring partner for a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. He was toyed around by a mere cultivator. How could the proud and aloof Demon King tolerate something like this happening to him? "I'm going to kill you," the Demon King of Arrogance roared loudly. He immediately unleashed a divine power that overdrafted his life force. Purple lightning, demonic spear. Dazzling purple lightning suddenly exploded in front of him. Then it condensed into a long spear made of purple lightning. A sense of extreme danger enveloped Lin's entire body. This attack was very dangerous. However, when he looked at the terrifying lightning spear, he suddenly came to a realization. Go! Penetrate through his body. The Demon King of Arrogance roared loudly. This was his final attack, and it gave him all his strength and hope. This attack could even slay a cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage with a single strike. Whoosh! The purple lightning demonic spear pierced toward Lin with unparalleled might. Its speed was extremely fast, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. However, Lin only extended a finger. Suddenly, the purple lightning demonic spear stopped in front of Lin, unable to advance an inch further. The Demon King of Arrogance's pupils contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? And Lin smiled faintly. He felt a trace of gratitude toward the Demon King of Arrogance. Thus, he didn't want the Demon King to die without knowing why. Thus, he explained, "This is my lightning manipulation technique. It's an immortal spell derived from the Thunder Essence cultivation method. Theoretically speaking, it can draw in all lightning." Hearing this, the Demon King of Arrogance's heart convulsed. His lips twitched, and his expression was filled with despair. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a sentence. You're cheating. I don't want to be your sparring partner anymore, all right?" And Lin shook his head and said solemnly, "You have to finish what you started." Saying this, he flicked his finger, and the lightning of the purple lightning demonic spear obeyed his command. It obediently and nimbly wound around his long sword. Then he quickly rushed toward the Demon King of Arrogance. The long sword in his hand glowed with purple lightning. He roared, "Eat my sword, purple lightning divine sword." It was still the original purple lightning divine sword, but it had a different flavor. Looking at the purple lightning divine sword, the Demon King of Arrogance's eyes welled up with tears. Boom! The purple lightning divine sword slashed down on the Demon King of Arrogance's body. Heaven and earth exploded, and it sounded like the furious roar of the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder. The terrifying flash of lightning directly turned the Demon King's body into charcoal, and Lin confidently shook his sword, his back facing the Demon King of Arrogance. "This is truly an evenly matched battle," Yi Zichen muttered. However, in the end, it's still I and Lin who wins. Chapter 84. After dealing with the Demon King of Arrogance, he turned to look at Green River Sword Immortal and Red Fox Celestial Maiden. The two Blood Kings, one male and one female, both had golden hair and crimson eyes. They had a pair of huge bat wings on their backs, looking a bit like the vampires in Western movies. However, the spells they were using now were much more exaggerated than the vampires in movies. The vampire bats in the sky bared their bloody fangs and swooped toward the two of them. Two 30-meter-long blood dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, waiting for an opportunity to strike, releasing an aura of death. Red Fox Celestial Maiden was very powerful. She released a flaming tornado to protect herself. Once the vampire bats came into contact with the red flames, they were instantly incinerated. Her fair and slender arms drew the crimson longbow as fast as a gust of wind. Powerful arrows continuously shot toward the Blood King in the distance. He didn't even have a chance to get close and was firmly suppressed in the distance. On the other side, Green River Sword Immortal was having a bit of a hard time. This female Blood King had an extremely sexy figure. She had slender legs, a slim waist, and two towering peaks that swayed with her body, coupled with her fiery red lips and seductive almond-shaped eyes. Green River Sword Immortal really couldn't take it anymore. However, what he couldn't take the most was the terrifying regenerative ability of the Blood Tribe. Green River Sword Immortal fought at close range. Flashes of sword light were extremely domineering. Even the Blood King couldn't completely dodge his sword slashes. However, when these sword slashes landed on the Blood King's body, the wounds on his body healed quickly. The Blood King's attacks were also extremely powerful. She controlled the 30-meter-long Blood Dragon, which carried an overwhelming might as it pounced toward Green River Sword Immortal. Every attack carried a fatal danger. If Green River Sword Immortal couldn't severely injure this Blood King with one attack, he would probably die of exhaustion here. Seeing this, Lin felt like he still had to lend Green River Sword a mortal hand. His fingertips furtively moved, and a concealed lightning manipulation technique was gathering energy. This was the technique he used when he struck the Demon King of Wisdom. It attracted the divine lightning in the sky. The lightning would slowly accumulate in the sky and wouldn't show itself until it fell. This female Blood King stood atop the Crimson Dragon and charged toward Green River Sword Immortal again and again. Her eyes were glued to the azure figure with an extremely greedy gaze. She licked her tender and fiery lips. The more powerful a human cultivator is, the more delicious their blood is. I really want it. I can't wait any more. The Blood King's breathing hastened as his towering chest heaved violently. His white arms began to spread open. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble. Large amounts of blood spewed out of the Blood King's body as several blood dragons condensed in midair, emitting a boundless aura. "I'll savor your blood," the Blood King said in an extremely seductive voice as he gazed at Green River Sword Immortal. Green River Sword Immortal's expression was extremely grave. This kind of power was already beyond what he could withstand. Rumble! The blood dragons in the sky opened their bloody mouths and lunged at him at the same time. Each blood dragon contained a terrifying power, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. The long sword in Green River Sword Immortal's hand glowed with a brilliant azure light as he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike. "Come, baby, haha." The Blood King laughed excitedly as her slender body trembled. Rumble! A bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky and directly struck the Blood King's head, charring her entire body black. Her eyes widened as a wisp of charred smoke drifted out from her laughing mouth. The several blood dragons also suddenly stopped in their tracks. Green River Sword Immortal took advantage of this opportunity. His long sword glowed with a boundless azure sword projection as he slashed down at the Blood King in the distance. The sword projection pierced through the sky and flashed past the Blood King's body. Then it swiftly and violently sliced her body in half. In the sky, the blood dragons suddenly exploded and the Blood King's body slowly collapsed. Green River Sword Immortal panted heavily. That strike just then had expended a large amount of his vital energy. However, the blood mist formed by the blood dragons instantly began to move and converge toward the two halves of the Blood King's body. As the blood mist permeated the air, the two halves of the Blood King's body began to heal. Seeing this, Green River Sword Immortal immediately charged toward the Blood King. The long sword in his hand once again unleashed an astonishing might. "Blood explosion!" the Blood King roared. Her long hair stood on end as her aura soared to the extreme. Rumble! The blood mist began to violently explode. Green River Sword Immortal was blasted back by the shock waves of energy. The female Blood King spread her wings and, with a flap, burst forth with terrifying speed as she charged toward a certain place. And that direction was wherein Lin was. "Be careful!" Green River Sword Immortal yelled. And Lin had already seen the Blood King. Although he didn't know how she suddenly became so strong, he was sure that she had used some kind of mystic technique and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Mountain Quaking Fist. And Lin punched toward the figure. Bam! The Blood King was pulverized by his golden fist, and Lin was dazed. Just as he was in a daze, a black blood figure had already teleported to his side and reformed. Ropes of blood suddenly appeared and tightly wrapped around his body. At this moment, a snow-white hand reached out and strangled his neck. Just like that, the sexy Blood King appeared beside him, sealing off all his movements. And Lin! Seeing this, Green River Sword Immortal was shocked. He didn't expect the Blood King to be able to explode with even more power after suffering such a heavy blow. "Little Cultivator, do you like me so much that you have to flirt with me?" The female Blood King brought her red lips close to Lin's neck and spoke in an extremely soft voice. "Hee hee, beautiful big sister, how about you let me go on account of how much I like you?" And Lin said some trash talk, but in his mind he was thinking about how to escape from her evil clutches. "I can't do that. Big sister, I'm severely injured and need your help. Let me tell you a little secret. As long as I drink all of your blood, I will be able to immediately recover my vitality and become lively again." Saying this, she stuck out her soft and sticky tongue and licked in Lin's neck. Being licked like this, and Lin's whole body trembled. The faint smell of blood drifted from the Blood King's mouth, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. F***CK, if this continues, he's really going to be sucked dry. He looked toward Green River Sword Immortal, only to find that Green River Sword Immortal could only panic at the side. After all, he was already treated like a captive. If Green River Sword Immortal acted rashly, he might accidentally kill him as well. F***CK, you can't do this. And Lin had no way out. He secretly activated the lightning manipulation technique that he had secretly prepared. Lightning descended from the sky. However, this time the female Blood King was prepared. A wall of blood instantly materialized and blocked above her head. Boom! Lightning exploded, and the wall of blood was charred black by the lightning. However, it was unable to hit the Blood King. "Little Cultivator, are you so eager to flirt with Big Sister? All right, you can't wait. Big Sister can't wait either. Let us fuse." A coquettish and soft voice traveled over. Hearing this terrible line, and Lin almost cried. Then he felt a sharp pain on his neck. He could feel his blood flowing out of his body. "Ah!" The female Blood King let out a coquettish cry. However, she suddenly pushed Lin away, and Lin was dumbfounded. He turned around to look at the female Blood King. Wasn't she going to fuse with him? Why did she push him away? Ah! This time, the female Blood King screamed in pain, as if she had gone crazy. She started to run around, waving her hands frantically. Terrifying energy destroyed everything in her surroundings. That's right, after sucking in Lin's blood, she really was alive and kicking. However, she was really alive and kicking. Green River Sword Immortal stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Lin, shielding him behind his back. Mr. and Lin, are you all right? And Lin shook his head and clutched his neck. Apart from a little anemia, I should be fine. Green River, Sword Immortal. Right at this moment, the female Blood King suddenly screamed in pain. Little Cultivator, you actually poisoned your blood. I definitely won't forgive you. However, in the next moment, as soon as she finished shouting, her entire body twitched and her body fell to the ground, looking at the female Blood King, who was foaming at the mouth on the ground. And Lin and Green River Sword Immortal looked at each other. Chapter 85. Green River Sword Immortal fell into an uncontrollable silence as he gazed at the female Blood King, who was foaming at the mouth. After a long while, he said in shock, "That's right. Fellow Taoist and Lin poisoned the blood. How formidable! How did you do it?" And Lin's chest tightened. "Don't ask me. I didn't poison it." Green River Sword Immortal clearly didn't believe him, and he continued to stare at Lin in shock. And Lin. They knew that the most important thing right now wasn't whether or not Lin had poisoned them, but to confirm whether the Blood Queen was dead or alive. When they arrived in front of the female Blood King, they discovered that her eyes were wide open and she was foaming at the mouth. Her body temperature had dissipated and she was already a little cold. Her life force had also dissipated. What a potent poison. To think that it could poison a Blood King with such powerful vitality to death in a single breath. Green River Sword Immortal exclaimed in astonishment. Then he turned to look at Lin with deep admiration in his eyes, and Lin's mouth twitched. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know what's going on either." Green River Sword Immortal chuckled. Then, "And Lin, please help me out." And Lin blinked. "What kind of favor?" Green River Sword Immortal. "Lend me some blood." And Lin, "Borrow some blood? Borrow your sister." Could he even return the blood he borrowed? Green River Sword Immortal. "Mr. and Lin, your blood may be lethal to the Blood Tribe. So, for the victory of this battle, please." And Lin fell silent at the sight of Green River Sword Immortal's righteous expression. He then looked in the direction of Red Fox, Celestial Maiden. There, the intense battle had yet to end, and Lin heaved a soft sigh. His body finally cooperated with Green River Sword Immortal and began to bleed. With a pained expression, he cut open his own arm and allowed his blood to stain the blade of Green River Sword Immortal's sword. He felt a little dizzy. I only had my blood sucked by a Blood King once. This time he took the initiative to bleed again. How could he not faint? Green River Sword Immortal looked at his sword with satisfaction and laughed heartily. "This is a blade covered in poison." And Lin's vision darkened when he heard this, and he roared in his heart, "Damn your sister's poison! This is my blood. This is the essence of my life." He tried to calm himself down and kept repeating in his mind, "I sacrifice my blood for the love and peace of the world. I sacrifice my blood for the love and peace of the world." True enough. After reading it a few more times, he felt much better. Green River Sword Immortal also began to move. He flew toward Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, and joined the battle. The male Blood King in the sky was already suppressed by Red Fox Immortal. When he sensed his surroundings, he was alarmed. He suddenly realized that the Demon King of Arrogance and the female Blood King had been killed. The Demon King of Arrogance had been severely injured before, so he was not particularly surprised that he was killed. However, the female Blood Monarch had a lot of trump cards and an extremely powerful life force. Who on earth had the ability to kill her? Just as the male Blood King scanned his surroundings, Green River Sword Immortal was already flying toward him. Could it be him? He actually has this kind of power. The female Blood King could even escape from a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. How could she have been killed by this spirit-nurturing initial stage Sword Immortal? Although the male Blood King was bewildered, he knew that now was not the time to be tangled up. The most important thing now was to escape. the male Blood King summoned over 1,000 bloodthirsty bats, which pounced toward Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, and Green River, Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, he took advantage of this opportunity to use the blood escape technique to escape. Seeing that the male Blood King wanted to escape, Red Fox, Celestial Maiden immediately drew her bow to a full crescent. A crimson arrow exuding a terrifying power transformed into a streak of light and pierced through the bloodthirsty bats. Then, it pierced through the male Blood King's chest. The male Blood King spat out a mouthful of blood and his body froze. However, he quickly recovered and continued to escape. He knew that such a powerful arrow couldn't be shot again in a short period of time. As long as he continued to escape, no one would be able to catch up to him. However, just as his body froze, Green River, Sword Immortal had already passed through the bloodthirsty bats and arrived behind him. Like flowing water, a green sword projection slashed toward the male Blood King's back. The male Blood King didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he continued to fly forward. He humphed coldly in his mind. Although this sword strike was fast, it didn't carry much power. So what if Green River Sword Immortal managed to land a strike like this? Based on his powerful regenerative abilities, his wound would definitely heal in a short period of time. Rip! The long sword slashed a bloody wound into the Blood King's back. Green River Sword Immortal didn't give chase. After unleashing this strike with all his might, he no longer had the strength to chase after the Blood King. He could only look forward to what was about to happen. Seeing that he had already escaped from the two of them, the male Blood King threatened, "Just you wait. One day, I'll come back and suck your blood dry." Saying this, another wail of anguish sounded from the sky. Ah! The male Blood King howled in pain. It was as if all the blood in his body had started to die, and his vitality was continuously being stripped away. "What did you do to me?" The male Blood King turned to look at Green River Sword Immortal and yelled in shock. A faint smile appeared on Green River Sword Immortal's face as he held his long sword horizontally in front of him. "This is a blade smeared with deadly poison." The male Blood King's lips trembled as he stared blankly at Green River Sword Immortal. In the end, he started foaming at the mouth and his body fell to the ground. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden flew toward Green River Sword Immortal, her beautiful face filled with shock. Then, she suspiciously pointed at the long sword in Green River Sword Immortal's hand and tilted her head. Green River Sword Immortal smiled casually. He pointed at Enlin, who was sitting on the ground dejectedly due to excessive blood loss, and said, "This sword of mine is coated with Enlin's blood. This blood is lethal poison." Hearing this, Red Fox, Celestial Maiden's eyes lit up, and she immediately flew toward Enlin. Seeing that the last Blood King had been dealt with, Enlin finally relaxed and sat down on the ground. *T. I feel like I've been hollowed out. Enlin spat angrily, putting aside the fierce battle with the Demon King of Arrogance. Having his blood sucked by a Blood King and having his blood borrowed by Green River Sword Immortal was simply terrible. At this moment, he really wanted to buy 2 bottles of treasure of kidney to taste. However, before he could enjoy the good times after the battle, Red Fox, Celestial Maiden ran over and looked at him as if she was looking at a weirdo. "What are you looking at?" And Lin asked in a daze. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden was a little embarrassed as she pointed at the cut on Enlin's arm that had just been drained of blood, her face slightly red. And Lin blinked and looked at his arm. The wound there had already healed a little, but it wasn't completely healed yet. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, probably wanted to help him heal it. Thinking of this, Enlin's heart warmed. True love exists in this world. Thus, he was a little moved and nodded at Red Fox, Celestial Maiden, expressing his agreement. Red Fox, Celestial Maiden smiled like a flower and excitedly came to Enlin's side. She stretched out her jade-white hand. Rip, and Lin's arm, which had just healed, was once again torn open and blood gushed out. Just like that, and Lin lost too much blood death. Chapter 86. And Lin relied on his cockroach-like, vitality to survive. He gritted his teeth in hatred as he looked at the shameless couple in front of him. What kind of true love exists in this world? It's just the deep malice of this world. Red Fox Celestial Maiden didn't discover anything from his blood. Afterward, she ran off to study the Blood King's corpse. Green River Sword Immortal looked at Enlin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Enlin, your blood is truly useful. If we encounter another blood tribe cultivator in the future— Before Green River Sword Immortal could finish a sentence, Enlin immediately cut him off. No, scram! Green River Sword Immortal scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw Enlin's firm refusal. Then he created a group chat. In the Cultivators of the World Unite to Protect Earth group chat, Green River Sword Immortal. Haha! We successfully killed a Demon King and 2 Blood Kings. Once Green River Sword Immortal said this, the cultivators in the group chat all popped up and the atmosphere became lively. The Savior. Heavens, this is a huge achievement. We really killed them. Dreamy Voice Fairy. As expected, a man and a woman together can always create miracles. Crack Shot Clairvoyant. Not only can we create miracles, but we can also create life. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Golden Jade. Green River Sword Immortal sent a smiling emoji. Then he said, Clairvoyant, the next time we meet, I can destroy a life. Crack Shot Clairvoyant. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Right at this moment, Red Fox Celestial Maiden suddenly popped up and sent a smiling emoji. Red Fox Celestial Maiden. A man and a woman together can indeed destroy a life. Clairvoyant, just you wait. Seeing this message, Clairvoyant was so anxious that he wanted to cry. Green River Sword Immortal could still tease him a little, but Red Fox Celestial Maiden was a woman of her word. Clairvoyant was so scared that he planned to find a place to hide. At this moment, Green River Sword Immortal continued. Green River Sword Immortal. However, it's all thanks to Mr. Enlin that we were able to kill a Demon King and 2 Blood Kings. He can be said to be the greatest contributor. As soon as he said that, the fellow Taoists were immediately interested. Although Enlin was very powerful, it should still be quite difficult for him to deal with enemies of the spirit nurturing stage. Why was Green River Sword Immortal referring to him as the greatest contributor to their victory? Tian Lingling, no way! Isn't fake Taoist priest going to be a bystander? Taoist Lazarite. Oh, the biggest contributor is fellow Taoist Enlin? What do you mean? Calm Celestial Maiden asked. Could it be that Enlin did a crucial favor in a certain part of the battle? At this moment, Green River Sword Immortal opened his mouth again to speculate. Green River Sword Immortal, let me put it this way. 1 Demon King and 2 Blood Kings were all killed by Enlin. The Savior, Golden Jade, Tian Lingling, he killed all of them? The cultivators in the group fell silent. In the end, Taoist Lazarite couldn't help but ask, Green River, you're not joking, right? Isn't Enlin only at the 10th stage Tao body? Taoist Lazarite voiced out the thoughts of all the cultivators in the group. What would a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body have to do to kill 3 enemies of the spirit nurturing stage? Was he supposed to leave all of them in critical condition for him to replenish? That was clearly impossible. Green River Sword Immortal. After Red Fox Celestial Maiden and I severely wounded the Demon King, Enlin took care of it by himself. As for the other 2 Blood Kings, one was poisoned to death by sucking his blood. The other one was poisoned to death by me after I dipped my weapon in his blood. Tian Lingling. 2 Blood Kings were poisoned to death by his blood? Taoist Lazarite. Poisoned to death? I'd rather believe you when you say that he killed 2 Blood Kings with a single slash. Calm Celestial Maiden. Green River Sword Immortal. Are you saying that Enlin poisoned his blood? Green River Sword Immortal. No, I'm saying that his entire being was poisoned. This is what I admire the most about him. Tianlingling. Wow, fake Taoist priest is so awesome. Atomic bomb fairy. Although I don't really understand as expected, and Lin is very strong. The savior. How about this? Why don't we confer the title of Poison Lord on Enlin? Taoist wooden ox. Agreed. Dreamy voice fairy. +1 cloud exploring Taoist. +1. In fact, Enlin was also secretly observing the situation on his phone. When he saw that the title of Poison Lord had basically been confirmed by the cultivators in the group, he closed his phone with tears in his eyes. He looked up at the sky, not allowing his tears to fall. Afterward, Red Fox Celestial Maiden, who couldn't speak, carried the Blood King's corpse back to the Green Hill Mystic Realm. Green River Sword Immortal patted Enlin's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "Poison Lord, I'll fly you back to Chengdu." Enlin's lips twitched. Poison my A***. Having lost too much blood, he didn't have the strength to retort and could only nod woodenly. Just like that, Enlin and Green River Sword Immortal flew back to Chengdu. Enlin originally thought that after returning to Chengdu, he would be able to live a comfortable life. However, what he didn't expect was, in this information age, the title of Poison Lord spread throughout the entire cultivation world in a single day. The next day, the sect leaders of Wudong, Kunlun, Longhu, and Shangqing of the 10 Great Immortal Sects all came to visit Poison Lord. These 4 sect leaders were the only 4 soul formation stage cultivators in Hua Nation. Their visit to Poison Lord naturally wasn't a simple visit. They were actually here to study Poison Lord, just like that, and Lin started to cry. "Poison Lord, let me touch you!" The sect leader of Wudong, Taoist priest Shiyun, chuckled as he reached out to touch Enlin. At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard angrily rebuked. "Stop messing around! What are you touching?" And Lin looked at this old man gratefully. He was Heavenly Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain. Be reasonable. If you want to study it thoroughly, you have to rely on this. Celestial Teacher Zhang pulled out a syringe and looked at Enlin with a benevolent expression. And Lin's vision darkened at the sight of the syringe. F***CK. Drawing blood? Do you have to be so ruthless? Because of the large amount of blood loss yesterday, he felt dizzy whenever he saw blood. He felt like he was suffering from syncope. No, it should be hemophobia. He was afraid of the mere mention of blood. Don't be afraid, Poison Lord. We won't draw much, just a little. A man in a green robe around 50 years old comforted him. He was the sect leader of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Spirit Child Sure. As he spoke, he set up a research formation. "Oh my, Poison Lord, what's a little blood loss for a man? If you feel uncomfortable bleeding alone, this Taoist will accompany you." The sect leader of the Shangqing Immortal Sect, Taoist Yumu, spoke boldly. As he spoke, he took out a large saber and pretended to cut his arm. And Lin initially thought that this brawny man was just putting on an act. Then his face was splattered with blood. F***CK. Where did this lunatic come from? And Lin roared incessantly in his heart. Then he felt his chest tighten and his heart beat faster. Damn, his hemophobia was acting up again. Chapter 87. In the end, and Lin still bowed to the forces of evil. The 4 soul formation stage cultivators continued to plead with him. He couldn't just keep wasting time. His heart ached when he saw the syringe plunge into his arm. When he saw the bright red blood slowly flow into the syringe, he felt his chest tighten and his breathing quicken. He hurriedly averted his gaze. After drawing the blood, the sect leaders of the 4 great sects began to conduct on-site research. They used an array formation to examine the structure of the blood, immortal spells to examine the characteristics of the blood, and other small animals to conduct experiments. The more they examined, the more confused and distressed they became. Because this blood, it was too F***ing normal. Even the small animals that had drunk and Lin's blood were alive and kicking. Is this really the blood of the Poison Lord? I suspect that I drew fake blood. The sect leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Celestial Master Zhang, was confused. How about we do another tube? The sect leader of the Shangqing Immortal Sect, Taoist Yu Mu, suggested, and Lin was about to call the police. Another tube? These F***king people are scarier than vampires. Don't scare fellow Taoist Poison Lord. The sect leader of Wudong Sect, Taoist Master Su Yin, waved his hands with a benevolent expression. This blood is indeed not poisonous to ordinary life forms. I'm afraid this blood contains some kind of mysterious power that is extremely poisonous to the blood tribe. Then he turned to Enlin with a pleading expression. Fellow Taoist Poison Lord, this humble Taoist has a request. And Lin was shocked and immediately said, I refuse. An awkward expression appeared on Taoist Master Su Yin's face. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why was he already rejected? Was he really that scary? Seeing Enlin's expression, the sect leader of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Spirit Child Sure, could roughly guess what Enlin was thinking. This crusade against the Demon Emperor is the most important event in the entire cultivation world. As far as I know, the Demon Emperor and the Blood God both have the habit of carrying storage rings with them. As long as you cooperate with us and donate blood to create highly poisonous weapons, we'll let you choose one of their storage rings. How about it? And Lin felt like spitting out a mouthful of blood when he heard the term lethal poison weapon. However, he had to admit that if he donated blood, he would be able to obtain a storage ring. This condition was very tempting. One had to realize that the Demon Emperor and the Blood God were both soul formation stage mighty figures, and their storage rings were where they stored their treasures. How could it not be tempting to obtain all of the assets of a soul formation stage mighty figure? Just like that, Enlin fell into deep thought. 1 minute later, Enlin, who said he didn't want it, obediently lay down on the bed. Come on! For the love and peace of this world. He was willing to sacrifice his blood and body. Cough. I digressed. Anyway, in the end, 500 milliliters of Enlin's blood was extracted. One could imagine the great battle that would follow. The scene of the human cultivators using blades covered in Enlin's blood to fight against the Blood Tribe. In the end, the few big shots of the immortal cultivation world left gratefully and satisfactorily, continuing to devote themselves to the preparation work for the upcoming battle. And Lin was as weak as a salted fish, lying flat on the bed. The current him could no longer be described as feeling like his body was being hollowed out. He felt like his body was being squeezed dry. Earth is so scary, I really want to go back to the celestial court. Xian Yuancheng was still having fun at the bottom of the sea. Su Xiaolan was still having fun in the sky. Before Green River Sword Immortal left, he gave Enlin many pills as a reward for his assistance. And Lin looked at these pills. There were pills that could quickly replenish vital energy, pills that could increase the power of immortal spells for a short period of time, pills that could calm one's mind, pills that could boost one's sex drive, pills that could replenish calcium. But there were no pills that could replenish one's blood. Ah, living is so tiring. And Lin lamented as he lay on the bed. The upcoming battle of the human cultivators had nothing to do with him anymore. The celestial court would most likely send Earth Immortals over to deal with it. Because Earth Immortals were very powerful, passing through the southern heavenly gate would cause the teleportation space to become unstable, so they would need a few days to prepare. And Lin calculated the time. He should be able to see the Earth Immortals from the celestial court in 1 or 2 days. He opened his phone and looked at the contents of the Cultivator group chat. Everyone was talking about the ancient Jade Pond in Tibet. Apparently, last night, a strange phenomenon descended from the sky in the vicinity of the ancient Jade Pond in Tibet. A 5-colored rainbow flew across the mountains, and from time to time, there would be celestial music lingering around the pond. This had already attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some people speculated that this phenomenon had something to do with what the Demon Emperor and the Blood God were going to do next. Many cultivators had already rushed to the ancient Jade Pond. But up until now, they still hadn't found anything. Taoist priest Lin Yi, who was supposed to team up with Tian Lingling to capture ghosts, was unable to leave because he had to investigate a sudden incident in Tibet. And now there was no news of that Taoist priest. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks suddenly sounded on the door. Could it be that someone had returned to the hotel? That couldn't be. Weren't Shen Yuan Cheng and the others still outside? Although Lin was confused, he still propped up his weak body and climbed up with difficulty to open the door. Fake Taoist priest. A petite figure suddenly appeared before pouncing onto Lin's body and almost pushing him to the ground. Tian Lingling, be gentle. And Lin yelled loudly. His body was extremely weak right now, and now that a loli had pounced on him, he really couldn't take it anymore. Tian Lingling ignored him and continued to sniff at his body with her delicate nose as if he was some kind of rare treasure. This doesn't make sense, she muttered. It feels and smells very normal. It doesn't seem like a body that could poison a blood king to death. And Lin, all right, Lingling, don't mess around. Can't you see that Lin's body isn't very well right now? At this moment, an extremely gentle and pleasant voice sounded, and Lin looked out the door and discovered the classical beauty Dongfang Shui, whose features were as beautiful as a painting. She stood silently outside the door with a tranquil smile on her face. Ah, good afternoon, calm, celestial maiden. Out of the instincts of a brain-dead fan, and Lin immediately recovered some energy and hurriedly greeted her. Dongfang Shui raised the bag of ingredients in her hand with a smile. And Lin, Lingling, and I deeply sympathize with what you've been through. So today, I'll let you have a taste of my cooking. My God! Tears welled up in Lin's eyes upon hearing this. What a blissful feeling this was. His idol was cooking for him. True love exists in this world. And Lin invited Dongfang Shui and Tian Lingling into the room. There was a separate kitchen in the presidential suite, and Tian Lingling and Dongfang Shui were cooking in the kitchen while Lin lay on the bed and continued to rest. In the kitchen, Dongfang Shui hummed an alluring tune as she waved a kitchen knife through the air. In the blink of an eye, ribs, green peppers, carrots, and other ingredients were neatly sliced and diced. Meanwhile, Tian Lingling was busy fiddling with the ingredients and adding seasonings. And Lin lay on the bed and listened to Dongfang Shui humming a tune as he inhaled the alluring aroma wafting from the kitchen. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction. On the outskirts of Rong City, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from the White Cloud Monastery's teleportation spell formation. A tall and slender beauty in a black silk dress walked out. She held a copper-colored book in her left hand and wore a pair of red-rimmed glasses, giving her an air of sophistication and sophistication. A middle-aged man in a flowing white robe with a long sword hanging from his waist also walked out with a yawn. Yuin, where are we going next? The man asked. Let's go find my adorable science representative first. A light smile appeared on Madagascar's face as an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. Chapter 88. In the evening, and Lin tasted the dishes personally cooked by Dongfang Shui. Not only did these dishes look and taste good, but they also had the effect of replenishing energy and promoting blood circulation. He was full of praises for them. After a hearty meal, and Lin felt as if he had recovered a lot of energy. It was as if he had eaten a kidney treasure full of energy. After that, the three of them walked out of the hotel and strolled along the small path. And Lin's entire body felt comfortable as he enjoyed the night breeze. An incomparable feeling of contentment filled his entire body. Phew, this was a great meal. Thank you all so much. He stretched his body and thanked the two women beside him. Tian Lingling was wearing a beige dress. She held Dongfang Shui's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with her. There was a head's difference in height, making her appear very petite and adorable. Hearing Lin's thanks, she immediately replied, "Why are you being so polite with us? Fake Taoist priest. Why don't you accompany us on a trip to Tibet?" Hearing this, Lin was startled. Then he thought of something and smiled. You're worried about your Uncle Master Lin Yi, right? Tian Lingling nodded, a little embarrassed. Although many disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain have already gone to Tibet, they still haven't found any traces of Uncle Master. I'm afraid that he, and Lin heaved a resigned sigh. This was clearly a very troublesome matter to deal with. This Lin Yi was one of the most powerful cultivators of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He was a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. If a cultivator of this level encountered a desperate situation, it would probably be quite troublesome. Within Lin and the others' cultivation base, how could they help with this kind of trouble? Tian Lingling saw Lin's hesitation and squeezed out a smile. Forget it. Fake Taoist priest. With your small body, you'll also suffer from altitude sickness if you go to Tibet. Let's not go for now. And Lin looked at the slightly stubborn little face of the girl beside him and thought that if he didn't agree to go to Tibet, she would probably insist on going herself. How about this? I'll make some preparations tomorrow, and then we'll set off together. To be honest, I've never been to Tibet before, so I'm quite looking forward to it. And Lin said with a smile, Really? Tian Lingling's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and her adorable features were filled with joy. And Lin was just about to speak when a familiar female voice came from the sky. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go tonight. Then a huge book descended from the sky, and a beautiful woman in black silk sat on it. She looked at Lin with a mysterious smile. Teacher Yuing, why are you here? And Lin exclaimed, Yo, did I interrupt your date with these two little beauties? Madagascar blinked with a smile and teased with interest. Dong Fong Shui immediately blushed upon hearing this. Tian Lingling yelled, That's right, sorry for disturbing you. Say, who are you? And Lin, this crazy girl, could it be that she didn't hear him addressing that girl as Teacher Yuing? Ha, this little sister is quite interesting. Madagascar looked at Tian Lingling with interest in his eyes. By the way, how did you find me, teacher? And Lin had already guessed why Madagascar was here. She was most likely the person sent by the Celestial Court to investigate the Demon Emperor. However, they hadn't contacted each other before this, so how did she find him? Tian Lingling finally came to her senses upon hearing Lin's words, and an awkward expression appeared on her face. Right at this moment, a white-robed male flew down from the sky. Because this is fate. It's fate that brought us together. The male jumped down from his flying sword and spoke with a nonchalant expression. Madagascar glared at the male. Fate my guess. This is because Lin's mission badge resonated with our badges. So we were able to find each other by following their auras. And Lin nodded with a look of realization. The man, however, was unconvinced. But isn't this fate? There's a connection in the unseen world. And through various events, we've been able to meet. Madagascar. She felt like arguing with this male would never lead to anything, so she ignored him. After Madagascar's introduction, Lin found out that the male was called Earth Immortal Ming Yuan. He was also a teacher at their school, and he formed a partnership with Madagascar to deal with the Demon Emperor incident together. Then, Earth Immortal Yuing took out another document. Within it was a request for the members of the team to assist Earth Immortal Yuing in completing this mission. This mission is very challenging, aren't you surprised? Madagascar held up the document with a smile, and Lin nodded with a dark expression. I'm very surprised. No surprise, but it was full of shock. The Demon Emperor was an enemy with the strength of a soul formation stage cultivator. Why would they, who were of the 10th stage Tao body, go? They might even be killed by the shockwaves from the battle. Had the school gone crazy, or had the Celestial Court gone crazy? Although he was very reluctant, he still called Xian Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan to inform them of this news. They had to rush over from other places, so they decided to continue on to Tibet the next day. After informing Xian Yuancheng and the others, and Lin arranged for Madagascar and Earth Immortal Mingyuan to stay in a hotel and told them everything he knew. What confused Lin was that they didn't plan to work together with the sole formation stage, cultivators of the human world. Instead, they chose to act independently. Furthermore, the destination of this mission was the ancient Jade Pond in Tibet. Teacher, do you think the Demon Emperor and the others are really hiding near the ancient Jade Pond? And Lin asked. After the coordinates of the demonic realm were exposed, human cultivators banded together to break into the demonic realm. However, in the demonic realm, they only discovered a few weak demonic cultivators, and the Demon Emperor and the others were nowhere to be seen. Ever since the strange phenomenon occurred in the ancient Jade Pond, many human cultivators had linked it to the demonic realm and formed teams to search for it, but they still didn't make any major discoveries. You'll know when you get there. There'll be a surprise. Madagascar had an enigmatic expression, which gave Lin a fright. Surprise? A sense of unease welled up in Lin's heart as he thought back to the pleasant surprises she had mentioned. However, in the end, Madagascar didn't reveal any clear information. Instead, she went straight back to her room to sleep, and Lin could only shake his head, helplessly. Right at this moment, Earth Immortal Mingyuan patted Lin's shoulder with an understanding expression. Student Lin, do you also feel that Teacher Yuing is very boring by always keeping us in suspense? And Lin nodded emphatically upon hearing this, as if he had found a soulmate. Earth Immortal Mingyuan laughed heartily. Take me for example, I never beat around the bush. And Lin's eyes lit up. Teacher, are you going to explain to me about the ancient Jade Pond? Earth Immortal Mingyuan shook his head. I just read your fortune for you, student Lin. I never keep you in suspense, so I'll get straight to the point. This mission is a very inauspicious omen for you. And Lin. Chapter 89. Earth Immortal Mingyuan was a teacher of divination, and his divination skills were much better than crack-shot clairvoyance. Because of this, Lin was dumbfounded upon hearing this. After a long while, he asked with a bitter expression, Teacher, can I back out? Earth Immortal Mingyuan smiled faintly. Sometimes the more you want to avoid something, the more you can't avoid it. Perhaps it's because of your avoidance that the line of karma in the unseen world was successfully constructed. Teacher Mingyuan, say something that I can understand. And Lin's lips twitched as he spoke. Yes, you can't back out. I can't do anything about this. Earth Immortal Mingyuan replied concisely. And Lin. Earth Immortal Mingyuan patted Lin's shoulder with an encouraging expression. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Many times, risk represents opportunity. With this experience, perhaps you will grow even more. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Sure enough, Lin's mood improved slightly upon hearing this, and he spoke with a grateful expression. Earth Immortal Mingyuan nodded with a smile. In fact, he had a very deep impression of his student Lin. Their courageous struggle against fate was still fresh in his mind, and it gave him a deeper understanding of the workings of fate. Thus, he admired this young man who could always surprise people. Perhaps this young man would reap even greater rewards from this trip. Following the return of Su Xiaolan and Xin Yuancheng the next day, and Lin Madagascar, Earth Immortal Mingyuan, Su Xiaolan, and Xin Yuancheng set off toward the ancient Jade Pond in Tibet. This was an independent mission from the Celestial Court, so Tian Lingling and Dongfang Shui didn't follow them. And Lin took a photo of Lin Yi that Tian Lingling had given him and promised that if he encountered Lin Yi and Lin Yi was also in danger, he would find a way to help her escape. Next, Lin and Su Xiaolan both jumped onto Madagascar's book and flew to Tibet. Xin Yuancheng and Earth-level deity Mingyuan followed closely behind. The average altitude of Tibet was more than 4,000 meters, and it was known as the roof of the world. As for their destination, the ancient Jade Pool, it was located in a mountain range that was more than 6,000 meters above sea level. After an hour of flying, and Lin and the others saw the endless snowy mountains. As they flew higher and higher, the color of the sky became clearer and more transparent. There were few plants and animals on the ground, only gravel and glaciers. "Our destination is right ahead," Madagascar said as he slowly descended the book. And Lin looked ahead and saw a pool of water. He finally understood why this pool of water was called the Ancient Jade Pool. From afar, it really looked like a piece of green ancient jade. It was smooth and transparent, like a jade sea with blue waves. Even though the surrounding environment was extremely cold, the pool of water appeared warm and gentle, making one feel happy. If it wasn't for the rugged terrain and inconvenient transportation, perhaps this place would have become a famous scenic spot. There were also several human cultivators around the ancient jade pool. They were cultivators who had come to investigate the ancient jade pool. When they saw Madagascar and the others flying over from the sky, there was a look of respect on their faces. Cultivators above the spirit nurturing stage were already the most powerful group of cultivators on Earth. They had come here to investigate, so the other cultivators naturally didn't dare to rashly disturb them. There are remnants of the domain auras of other soul formation stage cultivators here. It looks like they've already been here once, but it's obvious that they didn't find much. Madagascar flipped to a certain page in the ancient book and smiled with narrowed eyes. The domain she was talking about was a personal domain created by soul formation stage cultivators by combining their own insights. It was one of the symbols of soul formation stage cultivators, and Lin glanced at Madagascar, who was brimming with confidence. He knew that it was time for her to show off her skills. Sure enough, Madagascar continued, "If you don't know some of the secrets of this place, you won't be able to discover its secrets. Heavenly light and water shadows, the fusion of illusion and reality. All of you, come over and stand with me." Madagascar beckoned to Lin and the others. And Lin and the others didn't know what was going on. Even Earth Immortal Mingyuan was confused. However, they still obeyed and stood beside Madagascar. Then Madagascar took out his phone and used an immortal spell to make it float in the air. "Come, come, come. Such a beautiful scene. Everyone look at the camera and smile." And Lin, "Su Xiaolan, Earth Immortal Mingyuan, Kacha." The phone captured the smiling Madagascar, as well as the 4 people with cold expressions on their faces. Behind them was the beautiful ancient jade pond and the snowy mountains. "Yuing, look, we've already taken a group photo. It's time to enter the ancient jade mystic realm, right?" Earth Immortal Mingyuan asked in exasperation. Madagascar was the only one among them who knew how to enter the ancient jade mystic realm. She was the only one who could lead everyone into the mystic realm, and Lin and the others couldn't help but become more alert when they heard that there really was a mystic realm here. However, Madagascar shook her head. "It's not time to enter yet. We have to wait until the moon rises before we can open the passageway. Before that, let me brief you on your mission and the specifics." Then Madagascar smiled at Lin and the others. "Do you know why I called all of you to come to this mystic realm?" And Lin and the others shook their heads in bewilderment upon hearing this. They were going to fight the demon emperor? Of course not. The celestial court wouldn't let Lin and the others take unnecessary risks. Madagascar. That's because the ancient jade mystic realm has already been split into 4 mystic realms. The white bone realm can only be entered by cultivators of the Tao body stage. The spirit origin realm can only be entered by cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. The soul separation realm can only be entered by cultivators of the soul formation stage and the consolidation realm. Shenyuan Cheng, I see. We have cultivators of the Tao body stage, spirit nurturing stage, and soul formation stage. Are we going to carry out missions in different mystic realms? Madagascar nodded. That's right. This ancient jade mystic realm is a place that Emperor Ziwei of the Celestial Court used to purify the evil-slaying sword of the Darkwing tribe. The mystic realm itself is a purification spell formation. This spell formation is known as the Three Extremes Spirit Destruction Spell Formation. It can draw upon the power of the earth and split it into 3 streams of energy. These 3 streams of energy will cleanse the evil-slaying sword's sword spirit and allow the evil-slaying sword to give birth to a new sword spirit. However, this spell formation has a flaw. When the energy of the evil-slaying sword's sword spirit is stripped away, its energy will seep into the 3 realms of the spell formation and spawn monsters of different cultivation realms. These monsters are like plugs in the spell formation. They will block the circulation of the spell formation. Our mission is to enter the 3 realms and kill all of these monsters to clear the spell formation. And Lynn suddenly felt very tired after hearing Madagascar's words. This was like some F*** Cultivator playing with a weapon and asking them to do odd jobs for him. However, doing odd jobs was a bit difficult. Emperor Ziwei was a true god. The Darkwing tribe was an extremely mysterious and powerful tribe on the Taichu continent, and the evil-slaying sword was an extremely powerful immortal tool. Oh, that's right, the Demon Emperor and the Blood God are also in the mystic realm. Their goal is most likely to break the spell formation and retrieve the evil-slaying sword while it's weakened. They used a magic treasure of the Darkwing tribe to forcefully open up a passageway into the mystic realm. Only soul formation stage cultivators can force their way into the mystic realm. Therefore, enemies are only active in the soul separation realm and consolidation realm. You don't have to worry about them at all. Earth, Immortal Mingyuan, and I will kill all of these enemies, Madagascar added. Kill all of them? And Lin's heart was once again filled with exhaustion upon hearing this. Why are you asking? It's because of my blood, it's all for nothing. The Demon Emperor and the Blood God have all been killed. There's nothing left for the human Cultivator to do. His promise to give me his storage ring was also for naught. Sigh, life really is full of surprises. After that, Madagascar explained a few more things that they needed to pay attention to in the mystic realm. Night fell, and the bright moon shone on the surface of the lake. The ancient jade pond glowed with white moonlight, and it seemed to contain the stars in the sky. The 5 of them stood above the ancient jade pond on high alert. Madagascar pulled out a badge, and a beam of light shot into Enlin and the others' bodies. Lord of the Stars, master of all creations, Ziwei royal technique, moon reflection, break! Following his command, Enlin and the others' bodies slowly faded into nothingness, and they finally disappeared from this world. Chapter 90. The sky in the white bone realm of the ancient jade mystic realm was a murky gray. The light from the mystic realm was dim and gloomy, just like the hue of this area. A beam of light flashed past, and Enlin and Su Xiaolan descended into the white bone realm. Enlin looked around at the white bones around him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Most of these white bones belonged to humans, but there were also some that belonged to unknown ferocious beasts. Skeletal remains littered the ground, creating a spectacular sight to behold. This place is deathly still. There aren't any living beings around. And Lin looked around in confusion. The ground was black, the bones were white, and the air around them was deathly still. There were no living beings around. Let's not get careless. Teacher Yu-Ing said that the spell formation hasn't been cleaned up for a long time, so there should be quite a few monsters gathered here. Su Xiaolan had already drawn her long sword as she spoke with a cautious expression, and Lin nodded and walked forward with a cautious expression. The white bone realm wasn't actually very big. It only had a radius of about 2 kilometers. As the 2 of them walked into the white bone realm, the surrounding environment seemed to be changing. Wisps of black mist rose up from the ground, and this made Enlin and Su Xiaolan very wary. Suddenly, a humanoid skeleton walked out from the black mist in front of Enlin. The skeleton walked toward Enlin with seductive steps. It placed its left hand on its hip and tilted its head to one side as it asked in a coy voice, "Customer, am I beautiful?" Enlin, Su Xiaolan. The skeleton looked at its own body in confusion when it saw the strange expressions on the faces of the two people in front of it. Then it silently turned around and walked back into the black mist. 3 seconds later, a beautiful woman in revealing clothes with an extremely sexy figure walked out from the black mist. She caressed her chest teasingly, stuck out her tongue, licked her bright red lips, and said in a sweet voice, "Dear customer, am I beautiful?" And Lin, Su Xiaolan, if the one who came out first was not the skeleton, but this beauty, the two of them might have a better reaction. Right now, and Lin didn't say anything and directly threw out a mountain-quaking fist. Rumble. When the huge golden fist hit the sexy beauty, she was directly beaten back to her skeleton form, and even her bones were shattered by the terrifying fist energy. The black mist in front of Enlin also began to dissipate as the skeleton was destroyed. I probably have to clear out all the skeleton soldiers in the black fog before I can open up the passageway to this secret plane. After the black fog dissipated, Enlin had a look of understanding on his face. Su Xiaolan also nodded her head in agreement. However, her eyebrows were slightly knitted together as she said, "But at a glance there are at least 100 strands of black mist in the white bone realm. If I were to fight them one by one, not only would it take a long time, but it would also consume a lot of energy." Hearing this, Enlin thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Let's go do an experiment first." After saying this, he ran in front of another strand of black mist. Sure enough, another sexy beauty walked out from the black mist and continuously flirted with him. And Lin immediately turned around and ran away after seeing this beauty. "Ah, customer, don't go." The beauty panicked and chased after him with a sharp, cold light flashing on her fingertips. "Xiaolan, I'm going to circle around this white bone realm and pull all the monsters here. Stay here and prepare an immortal spell of mass destruction." And Lin yelled at Su Xiaolan as he ran toward another plume of black mist while being chased by the beautiful woman. This is a good idea. It saves time and energy. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up and she immediately began to prepare an offensive flame formation. Every time Enlin approached a strand of black mist, a beauty would run out and chase after him. These beauties were actually very similar in appearance. When he looked behind him, it was as if he could see a group of Korean beauties chasing after him. They were all chanting the same line, "Ah, customer, don't go." Of course, there were also some skeletons who had failed to transform among the army of beauties. These skeletons also yelled in a flirtatious voice, "Ah, customer, don't go." Goosebumps appeared all over Enlin's body upon seeing this. F***CK. Didn't these brainless skeletons look at themselves in the mirror before trying to seduce someone? The lap around the white bone realm was almost over. An army of a few hundred beauties had already gathered behind Enlin. As they trod on the bone-filled ground, cracking sounds rang out. It was as if a torrential downpour was crashing onto the ground, creating an astonishing scene. That extremely tempting sentence of, customer, don't go," was said. Because there were so many people shouting, the scene became even more imposing. The allure was completely gone, and it was already starting to become a little frightening. Elsewhere, Su Xiaolan had already finished setting up an offensive flame formation. She had even used her sword to draw a circular line on the ground to show the range of the formation. And Lin turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that none of the beauties had fallen behind. However, he was also a little disappointed. Actually, the feeling of being chased by a large group of beauties was very strange, because this was the first time he had been chased by so many beauties. Although he knew that they were all fake, he still felt a little good. When this army of beauties had all stepped into the spell formation, and Lin immediately sped up and rushed out of the spell formation. Then he turned around and glanced at the army of beauties that were still chasing after him. At this moment, a golden light flashed through his eyes, and a supreme aura spread out in all directions along with a ripple. Over half of the beauties instantly lost their footing and fell to the ground. Even some of the beauties with powerful auras faltered. At the same time, Su Xiaolan made a hand seal, and the ground of the offensive flame formation suddenly became scorching hot. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of flames shot up into the sky from the scorching hot ground. Boom! The scorching flames enveloped the hundreds of beauties in the spell formation. Inside the flame formation, the beauties revealed their true faces. One by one, the skeletons in the spell formation screamed mournfully and eventually fell to the ground. The flames in the spell formation gradually dissipated, and the army of beauties had turned back into skeletons scattered on the ground, emitting black smoke. At the same time, the black smoke in all parts of the white bone realm began to dissipate. Done! Su Xiaolan came to Enlin's side, her beautiful and flawless face a little pale. Obviously, that spell formation had consumed a lot of her energy. Now that the monsters have been cleared, the gate to the consolidation realm should appear, and Lin said as he looked around. Madagascar had once said that as long as all the monsters in the white bone realm were cleared, the passage to the consolidation realm would appear. That passage was a one-way passage, and it could only be entered from the white bone realm to the consolidation realm. And Lin and Su Xiaolan only needed to wait at the entrance of the passage. Once Madagascar had eliminated all the enemies in the consolidation realm, he would inform them to enter with a spirit talisman. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a white gate began to appear in the white bone realm. Behind the gate was a pure white light, and it was impossible to see what was inside. This should be the entrance to the 2 secret realms. Let's go. We'll wait at the entrance of the passage, and Lin said. Clack, clack. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps came from inside the gate. Be careful. Something is coming through the gate. Su Xiaolan looked at the gate with a solemn expression, and Lin was also shocked, and all the muscles in his body began to tense up. Wasn't this passage one way? Why was there something coming through? Chapter 91. In the spirit origin realm, a green stream of water filled the entire space. Giant pythons slithered through the water and stared coldly at the man in white who was slowly walking toward them. The entire space was filled with a green mist. The mist contained a deadly poison that could kill without leaving a trace. Xianyuan Cheng held a long sword in his hand. All the giant pythons that pounced toward him were diced by his sword. Not a single one was spared. A circular white chi shield protected his body. It grew and multiplied endlessly, isolating all the poisonous aura. The source of the poisonous mist is nearby. He looked up and saw a giant figure slowly appear. It was 30 meters tall and had an extremely powerful aura. 9 ferocious-looking snake heads grew on its enormous body. They flicked their tongues and stared coldly at Xianyuan Cheng. An astonishing aura erupted from Xianyuan Cheng's entire body. 1 man and 1 sword stepped into the sky and fearlessly pounced toward the 9-headed monster. In the soul-severing realm there was a green grassland. The air here was fresh and the vital energy was rich. A gentle breeze blew past, making people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Madagascar and Earth Immortal Mingyuan entered, they saw the abrupt figure on the grassland. The corpse of a giant black dragon lay on the grassland. The corpse was more than 30 meters long and was shriveled on the ground. Its back was covered with hideous sword wounds. Even though it was already dead, it still exuded a shocking aura. This black dragon's blood essence has been completely sucked dry. It's clearly the work of the blood race. Madagascar looked at the dragon's body. Golden runes emerged from the pages of the book and merged into the corpse. Through the analysis of the runes, she felt the remaining power in the dragon's body. After that, she had a general understanding of the enemy's power. A total of 3 enemies attacked this dragon. 2 of them were blood gods with strength around the middle stage of the soul formation realm. The other enemy should be the demon emperor that Lin and the others mentioned. However, his power is a little strange. It doesn't seem like he's transformed by the flesh-filling tombstone. Earth Immortal Ming Yuan smiled faintly. Whether the Demon Emperor is planning to transform into a blood race or not, we just need to kill him. Let's hurry. We can't let them continue to break the formation in the Unity Realm. Madagascar nodded. She and Earth Immortal Ming Yuan were both late-stage soul formation realm cultivators. They had no problem dealing with the three enemies. Then, the two walked toward the door of light that led to the Unity Realm, inside the White Bone Realm. The door of light slowly began to dim. It was not because the light had weakened, but because there was a darkness that was slowly devouring the light. In the end, the tunnel became pitch black. Thump, thump! A sound that sounded like a heartbeat came from behind the door. The sound grew louder and louder, as if it was about to tear this final barrier apart. Xiaolan, do you have any way to escape from this mystic realm? And Lin's flesh crawled upon hearing this voice, and his heart rate also began to accelerate. Su Xiaolan shook her head as cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She was also staring at the inky black gate with horror in her eyes. A terrifying force slowly seeped into the White Bone Realm from outside the door, making it difficult for people to even breathe. According to the normal script, Madagascar and Earth Immortal Ming Yuan should have eliminated all the enemies in the Unity Realm. Then they would send a signal for Enlin and the others to enter the Unity Realm. However, the situation was clearly not right. Crack, like glass shattering, cracks appeared on the door and spread like a spider web. A pair of crystal white hands suddenly pierced through the door. Then the hands turned into claws and tore outwards. Boom! The entire space trembled. The door was torn apart just like that. Terrifying spatial turbulence formed a hurricane that howled in all directions. Anything that was touched by the turbulence was reduced to dust and disappeared from the world. Enlin and Su Xiaolan retreated to avoid the violent turbulence. A woman in black passed through the broken door. Her snow-white feet stepped onto the bone-covered ground. As soon as she appeared, the spatial turbulence around her began to subside. Even the door began to close. This woman was beautiful. Her long hair fluttered behind her like ribbons. She also had a pair of black wings folded behind her back. Black wing! And Lin's pupils contracted upon seeing this. Could it be that this woman was from the Darkwing tribe? The woman in black also noticed Enlin and the others. Their eyes met. Her pitch-black eyes seemed to be sucking in Enlin's mind. With just one look, Enlin and Su Xiaolan felt a great fear. They were so weak that they began to lose their balance. Too powerful. Enlin felt as if he was facing an endless abyss. He could not muster up any resistance. The woman in black did not pay attention to the two in front of her. She continued to look around as if she was sweeping away a speck of dust. A blood-colored nail floated beside her, emitting a strange red glow. Wrong. Realm-piercing nail, continue. As the cold voice sounded, the blood-colored nail began to tremble. Then it pierced into the void. Boom! The void began to crack, and a pitch-black hole appeared once again. The entire land of white bones began to tremble involuntarily. This was no longer as simple as tearing open space. It was clear that this spell formation had also suffered a violent impact. The woman in black turned around and walked into the pitch-black passageway without looking back. The passageway began to shrink as the woman stepped into it. In the end, everything returned to silence. She left just like that. And Lin was in disbelief. He stared blankly at the passageway that had already disappeared. A bitter smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Perhaps in her eyes were just harmless ants. And Lin came to a realization and said urgently, "The Darkwing tribe is here, and they are terrifyingly powerful. Their target is most likely the evil-slaying sword. We must pass this information to Teacher Yuing as soon as possible." But how are we supposed to do that? Only Teacher Yuing can activate this message talisman. Also, this message talisman can only be activated by Teacher Yuang. Once the message talisman burns, it means that we can enter the consolidation stage. But now, Su Xiaolan held the yellow message talisman, a helpless expression on her face. And Lin was startled when he heard this. Then he let out a sigh. He took out his phone and found that the signal was 0. He could not help but shake his head again. This time he really was at his wit's end. I also discovered another problem. And Lin pointed at the empty, white bone realm around him. The gate to the consolidation stage seems to have been destroyed by that woman. Teacher Yu Ying's cultivation base is limited. So does that mean we can only stay in this white bone realm forever? Su Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes, also realizing the severity of the problem. However, she could not think of any solution in the end. She could only sit on the ground dejectedly, her face full of worry. In the spirit origin realm, the last head of the 9-headed monster was severed by a pure white sword projection. Its gigantic body began to collapse to the ground. Xianyuan Cheng flicked his sword, and the blood on his sword fell off. There was some exhaustion on his face, but fortunately he was not injured. The surrounding poisonous miasma slowly dissipated with the collapse of the 9-headed monster, and a pure white gate began to appear. Now I just need to wait for the message talisman to burn. Then I can enter. Xianyuan Cheng looked at the talisman treasure in his hand and muttered to himself. After a while, the talisman treasure in his hand suddenly emitted a bright light. What does the talisman treasure emitting light mean? I didn't mention it before. Xianyuan Cheng looked at the talisman treasure in his hand, a confused expression on his face. Could it be that Teacher Yuing sent the wrong message? She actually wanted the message talisman to burn? Xianyuan Cheng stared at the gate, glowing with a pure white light, and began to hesitate. To enter or not to enter. Chapter 92. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's message talismans also began to glow, but they could only stare blankly at the message talismans, unable to do anything. Just as the two of them were speechless, a white light suddenly shone from their bodies. A hint of joy appeared in Lin's eyes. He recalled the scene when they were about to enter the mystic realm. In other words, this white light could directly teleport them out of the mystic realm. Sure enough, their bodies began to turn incorporeal and eventually disappeared from the white bone realm. And Lin and Su Xiaolan only felt the space around them shake, and then they returned to the edge of the ancient jade pool. As soon as they returned to the ancient jade pool, their expressions changed drastically, because the surroundings of the ancient jade pool had become an Azura battlefield. The chi of heaven and earth surged, and the sounds of immortal techniques colliding rang out continuously. The Blood Tribe army and the human cultivators clashed, and battle cries filled the entire battlefield. In the distance, a pool of blood covered the ground. A golden-haired, red-eyed man stood at the center of the blood pool and slapped away the white lightning with his palm before summoning a 100-meter-long blood dragon. It gave off a shocking aura as it rushed towards the Taoist in the air. That's the Longhu sect master, Celestial Master Zhang. And Lin exclaimed when he saw the old Taoist in the sky. The golden-haired man on the ground was emitting a powerful aura. He was most likely a blood god. In the sky above, a handsome man with black wings was guarding the side of a pitch-black hole. The sect master of Wudong sect, Taoist Pri Shuyun, the sect master of the Kunlun immortal sect, Spirit Child Shi, and the sect master of the Shangqing immortal sect, Taoist Yumu. These 3 soul formation stage cultivators joined forces to attack him, but they were still unable to subdue him. On the ground, hundreds of human cultivators were locked in battle with the Blood Tribe army. The vampires had mobilized many of their members, and their overall numbers and combat strength were higher than that of the human cultivators. However, the blades of the human cultivators were smeared with a type of poisonous blood. Once a vampire combatant was injured by this blood-stained weapon, he would immediately die from the poison. Even the Blood King couldn't avoid this fate. Due to the help of the poisonous blood, the human cultivators seemed to have the upper hand in the battle. And Lin, I didn't expect your blood to be so useful. Su Xiaolan's face was full of shock as she looked at the countless blood tribe experts who had fallen to the ground and were foaming at the mouth. She had previously heard Enlin mention that his blood could poison a blood king to death. Originally, she did not believe it, but now that this shocking scene was placed in front of her, she was deeply shocked. Beside the ancient jade pool, another burst of white light flashed. Xianyuan Cheng stood at the edge of the pool with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had been teleported out before he had even reached the consolidation realm. Madagascar and Earth Immortal Mingyuan also appeared beside the ancient jade pond. All of them were heavily injured and looked to be in a sorry state. Run. Go back to Baiyun Taoist Temple and send a message to the Celestial Court. Tell them that the Dark Night is coming. Madagascar's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Xianyuan Cheng. It was like a clap of thunder, causing them to shiver all over. Xianyuan Cheng reacted extremely quickly. Without saying anything, he flew up on his sword and flew in Enlin's direction. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, a woman flapping her wings walked out of the crack and appeared in this world. She held a pitch-black long sword in her hand, and her aura was vast and profound. Behind him, two blood gods with golden hair and red eyes stood respectfully with their heads slightly lowered. This woman's identity was extremely precious. She was one of the 12 true monarchs of the Darkwing tribe, an ally of the Blood tribe. She was the return to Void Stage Master the Dark Knight. The sword spirit has been completely converted and has successfully broken free from the restraints of the Grade 3 formation. Demon Emperor, as the new sword spirit, I will not mistreat you. Now, I will let you drink the blood of cultivators to your heart's content. The Dark Knight looked at Madagascar and Earth Immortal Mingyuan who were on the ground. They had activated the defensive formation, but it was already full of cracks. She then turned to look at Xianyuan Cheng, who was flying on his sword, and curled her lips slightly. The cultivators who have been tainted by the aura of the mystic realm must have been sent by the Celestial Court. It's better to kill them. The Dark Knight flicked her finger, and a black aura containing a terrifying power flew toward Xianyuan Cheng. Madagascar was shocked. She initially thought that the Dark Knight would not care about the lives of a few insignificant cultivators with Earth Immortal Mingyuan here. To her surprise, the Dark Knight was able to sense that the aura of Xianyuan Cheng was different from that of the other cultivators. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, get up here. Xianyuan Cheng had already flown to Enlin's side on his sword and yelled. He didn't notice that the deadly black energy behind him was flying towards him at high speed. Be careful! Enlin roared and rushed over, pushing Xianyuan Cheng aside while holding the black brick in front of him. Boom! The black aura collided with the brick and exploded with a loud boom. The terrifying destructive energy crashed into the brick, but it was unable to break through it. In fact, it was unable to even leave a mark on its surface. Even though the black brick had blocked this lethal attack, and Lin's internal organs were still jolted by the immense force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The black brick in his hand was the chaotic alloy brick that he had won from the lottery, the world's toughest brick, as expected of its reputation. The Dark Knight was slightly taken aback when she saw the black aura being blocked by a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. How interesting. However, let's see how you're going to block this attack. A faint smile appeared on her face as her evil-slaying sword hovered in the air. She pointed the tip of the sword at Enlin and flicked her finger. How powerful would an immortal tool be when used by a supreme being of the return to Void Stage? Even a flick of her finger would possess the power to slay a cultivator of the Soul Formation Stage. The evil-slaying sword slashed out a lethal trajectory, and a dazzling black glow became the only color between heaven and earth. The space around it also became extremely viscous under the might of the sword. It was as if Xianyuan Cheng and Su Xiaolan's bodies had been frozen, and they could only watch on blankly. And Lin stared at the evil-slaying sword flying toward him, and an aura of death enveloped his entire body. His mind became completely blank. This was an irresistible power, a power that struck despair into one's heart. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared before him. She spread open her arms, and her long, curly hair fluttered in the wind. This resolute yet fragile figure replaced the black color of death, and it became the only image in Enlin's eyes. A gigantic ancient book hovered in front of the woman, and a dazzling golden glow erupted from it. Countless golden symbols proliferated into the surroundings, forming a domain that clashed with the evil-slaying sword. The black blade of the evil-slaying sword entered the domain of symbols and stabbed into the ancient book before coming to a halt. However, an even more astonishing black glow then erupted from the evil-slaying sword, and it abruptly pierced through the ancient book. In the end, the inky black long sword continued onward, and it pierced through the body of the woman standing in front of Enlin. The woman's body was pierced through, but her hands gripped tightly onto the sharp blade of the sword. A series of golden symbols enshrouded the blade of the sword, and the frozen space around it instantly returned to normal. "Run!" the woman yelled as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "Teacher, why? Why did you have to do this?" Tears welled up in Enlin's eyes as he stared at the resolute figure standing in front of him. He was only a cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. Why would a soul formation final stage cultivator risk her life to save them? It wasn't worth it. Madagascar's beautiful features had already become deathly pale, but she still squeezed out a smile toward Enlin. "You're already calling me teacher. Do you still need to ask why? Isn't the reason obvious? I'm your teacher." Chapter 93. Hearing Madagascar's reply, Enlin's body trembled, and he stared at the figure in front of him in a daze. The evil-slaying sword once again erupted with a monstrous aura, and the blade began to tremble as it attempted to break free from Madagascar's grip. Madagascar moaned in pain, and her slender body trembled uncontrollably from the agitation of her wounds. However, her hands gripped the blade even tighter, and blood flowed from her hands. Golden symbols burst forth from her hands, suppressing the black long sword. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and run!" Madagascar yelled again. In the distance, Earth Immortal Ming Yuan charged toward the Dark Knight monarch of the Darkwing tribe, trying to buy time for Enlin and the others to escape. However, he was blocked by the two blood gods behind the Dark Knight monarch. Xianyuan Qing flew over to Enlin's side again. "Enlin, hurry up and get up here. Let's run." However, Enlin shook his head at Xianyuan Qing. "We won't be able to escape. What do you think are the chances of a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator escaping from a return to void stage cultivator? I don't care how small the chances are. Are you going to let teacher Yu Ying's efforts down?" Seeing Enlin's expression, Xianyuan Cheng, who had always been mild-mannered, rebuked him angrily for the first time. Enlin shook his head again. "It's not like that. If we choose to escape, it's very likely that we'll all die here. However, I still have a second choice." Hearing Enlin's words, Xianyuan Cheng stared at him in confusion. Soon he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression shifted. "Could it be that you're going to use that technique?" "That's right. If I use that technique, perhaps everyone will have a chance to survive. Teacher Yuing is willing to sacrifice herself for us, so why should I be stingy with my own life?" For some reason, when Enlin said this, he felt as if his entire body had lightened, as if there were no more burdens on his shoulders. There was no school's soul-sealing ice coffin, and there was no Chang Yi's second-grade immortal pill. This time, perhaps he would really die. Enlin glanced at Su Xiaolan and Xianyuan Cheng with a hint of longing in his eyes. Then he turned to look at Earth immortal Ming Yuan, who was battling the two blood gods in the distance. Finally, his gaze stopped at the figure that was about to fall. And Lin took a deep breath and walked in front of Madagascar. "And Lin, are you crazy?" Madagascar gritted her teeth. Seeing that Lin didn't run away and stood in front of her instead, she couldn't help but feel angry. His body, which was already struggling to support itself, began to sway. Even the Dark Knight Monarch was slightly taken aback. She clearly didn't expect this little cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body to do something like this. "Thank you, Teacher Yuing." And Lin felt that this might be the last thing he would say in this life. After that, he looked at the black-robed woman standing in the void in the distance and extended a finger. Finger of the heavenly Tao. In that instant, the Dark Knight Monarch's expression suddenly shifted drastically. As if she had seen an extremely terrifying technique, she retreated in retreat and instantly constructed over 100 black crystal walls in front of her. At the same time, a golden formation disc instantly appeared in her hand. 3 seconds later, and Lin's finger didn't change in the slightest. Beads of cold sweat appeared on the Dark Knight Monarch's forehead as she looked at the cultivator's finger with extreme caution. Why hasn't he unleashed his technique yet? Beads of cold sweat also appeared on Lin's forehead. He had clearly unleashed the finger of the heavenly Tao just like last time. So why wasn't there any reaction? 1 minute later, and Lin's hand remained in the same position. His shoulder began to ache a little. But he didn't dare to do anything else. The Dark Knight Monarch had expended a lot of energy to maintain her defensive spell technique. But she didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Her intuition toward death was extremely accurate. Just then, she had indeed sensed an extremely terrifying power. It was a power that could lead her to death, although the power of that finger had already disappeared. However, the Dark Knight Monarch knew that this cultivator was definitely waiting for her to lower her guard before attacking. She wasn't going to be fooled. PFFF! Madagascar threw up a mouthful of blood, and her body finally collapsed to the ground. "Teacher!" And Lin turned to look at Madagascar, and he instantly panicked when he realized that she was about to die. The Dark Knight Monarch took advantage of the instant that Lin turned his head to look at her, and she waved a pristine white palm toward him. The power of her palm pierced through space and instantly landed on his body. And Lin felt an indescribable force, and he felt as if his body was about to be completely torn apart by this palm. Like a cannonball, his body was sent flying for several hundred meters before crashing into a tall mountain, which caved in and cracked open. If it weren't for the fact that Lin had cultivated the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, which granted him an extremely powerful physical body, that palm would have taken his life. However, even if he hadn't been killed by that palm, his current condition wasn't any better. He threw up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't even move a single finger. "Am I going to die?" A bitter smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked at Xian Yuan Cheng and the others in the distance, his heart filled with indignation. Didn't this mean that no one would be able to save him? Why did this happen when he had made up his mind to sacrifice himself? The Dark Knight Monarch was also a little surprised to see Lin severely injured with a single palm. She had always thought that this unassuming little cultivator was a mighty figure who was concealing his strength. But now, it looked like she had been overthinking. Aside from the fact that this cultivator's physical body was a little powerful, there was nothing special about him. At most, he would add a little more. He also had a special skill to scare people. Even so, the Dark Knight Monarch still wouldn't underestimate Lin, and she didn't hold back this time. "Eternal night!" The Dark Knight Monarch's cold voice sounded from her lips. Instantly, the sky began to darken, obscuring the starlight and even the glow of the moon. The cultivators on the ground widened their eyes when they saw the scene that caused the sky to darken. A few soul formation stage mighty figures noticed the woman in black, standing silently in the air, and their pupils contracted as their hearts sank. "Sword, come!" The Dark Knight monarch gripped the air. Instantly, thick darkness surged violently, condensing into a black, long sword several thousand feet in length. The long sword pierced through the air, exuding a terrifying aura that forced all the Blood Tribe warriors and human cultivators on the ground to kneel, as if they were submitting to their monarch. And Lin grimaced at the sight of this terrifyingly powerful sword technique. You King need to use this technique against a cultivator of the 10th stage Dao body? It's like using a nuclear bomb to kill an ant. What a waste. However, and Lin was unable to resist. He couldn't even move. The only thing he could do was curse in his heart. Ding dong! Detected that host is facing a grave threat. Do you agree to sacrifice 1/5 of your life? You will obtain unimaginable power. And Lin's heart trembled. Sacrifice 1/5 of his life? Obtain unimaginable power? What a joke! He was willing to sacrifice his life in order to save Xian Yuancheng and the others. I agree. Just as he finished speaking, the black long sword several thousand feet in length slashed down with the power to annihilate everything. The entire snow mountain was instantly engulfed by boundless darkness, crumbled, and finally returned to nothingness. Chapter 94. A black sword projection swept through heaven and earth, engulfing the massive snow mountain and enveloping Lin's body. However, this power was unable to harm him in the slightest. A black mark appeared on his forehead like a sharp sword, and Lin stepped forward, and his body traveled over a kilometer to arrive beside Madagascar. And Lin! Su Xiaolan's eyes were red, and she let out a cry of surprise upon seeing that Lin wasn't dead. She pounced over and hugged him tightly, and Lin could feel the soft and warm body in his arms, which was still trembling slightly, as if she were sobbing. He patted Su Xiaolan's back and spoke in a gentle voice. I'm sorry for making you worry. He gently pushed Su Xiaolan away as he spoke. Wait a moment, I have some other things to do first. Xian Yuancheng heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin's safe return. Teacher, and Lin half knelt beside Madagascar as he spoke in a soft voice. Madagascar's head was slightly lowered, and his lips moved slightly, but he didn't even have the strength to utter a single word. This once beautiful woman was extremely frail and haggard. Not only was her skin wrinkled and her hair white, but her aura was also extremely feeble. The evil-slaying sword emitted a peculiar black light that resembled a throbbing pulse. It was quite clear that it was constantly absorbing Madagascar's vital energy, and Lin gripped the hilt of the evil-slaying sword as his expression darkened. Spit out everything you absorbed. Boom! A terrifying sword might erupted from the evil-slaying sword, which was transmitted into Lin's hand in an attempt to vanquish him. And Lin clenched his fist, and an indescribable might instantly disperse the evil-slaying sword's sword might. Even the Demon Emperor's sword spirit was instantly wiped out by this destructive aura. The sword began to tremble, and the vital energy it had absorbed began to flow toward Madagascar's body. Soon, her face began to regain color, and her skin began to become delicate and smooth. And Lin, how did you? Madagascar felt her body rejuvenated, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen as she looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. And Lin smiled gently. Teacher, bear with it. After saying this, he abruptly pulled the evil-slaying sword out of Madagascar's body. Yu Ing bit his lower lip tightly. The intense pain came, but he still couldn't help but let out a groan. However, in the blink of an eye, her wound stopped hurting. Madagascar stared blankly at the palm that had patted her chest. A white light appeared on the palm. This was the most basic of healing immortal spells, but when Lin used it, he was actually able to directly heal the wound that still contained the power of the return to Void Stage. At this moment, an extremely terrifying energy descended from the sky. The Dark Knight Monarch finally began her second attack. She had already confirmed that this small cultivator was a mighty figure who had been concealing his true strength. Thus, for this attack, she immediately unleashed her most powerful divine ability, Darkness of Origin. A black canopy of heaven crashed down toward Lin, as if the black sky was about to descend and obliterate everything in this world. Countless human cultivators were shocked to see that the sky was about to collapse, and they all fled into the distance with no regard for their own safety. Even the Blood Tribe warriors fled the battlefield with no regard for their lives. It was quite clear that this attack was an area of effect attack. It was an indiscriminate obliteration of all living beings on the ground. Has the Dark Knight monarch gone insane? How could she use such a technique? She doesn't care about our lives at all. Stop talking, let's run. In contrast to the Blood Tribe's grumbling, the human cultivators turned pale with fright. My God, just what kind of being is that black-winged woman? How could she know such a terrifying spell technique? We're only here to stop the Demon Emperor's plan. How did we end up provoking such a terrifying enemy? It's over. Fellow Cultivator and Lin and the others are at the center of the spell technique. Forget about fellow Cultivator and Lin. Even we won't be able to escape from this despairing technique. Taoist priest Xian of Wudong's sect shook his head with a regretful expression. This boundless black canopy of heaven left no chance of escape. The canopy of heaven was currently descending and had already engulfed the surrounding snowy mountains. Even Earth Immortal Mingyuan had stopped his battle with the Blood God, and there was a look of indignation in his eyes as he stared at this devastating attack. And Lin, behind you. Madagascar knew that Lin's current situation was different from usual, but she still couldn't help but warn him when she saw this devastating attack. Don't worry. And Lin nodded, and without even turning his head, he slapped his palm toward the sky. Bam! The sky was shattered by his palm. No, to be more precise, it was the Dark Knight Monarch's primordial darkness. That devastating attack was dispersed by a casual slap from Lin, just like that. There was no frightening might, no technique that could change the color of heaven and earth. It was as if he had just casually swiped his palm, and the Dark Knight canopy of heaven was naturally erased. The overwhelming pressure in the sky instantly dissipated. The starry sky and full moon reappeared in the clear sky. Countless cultivators and Blood Tribe cultivators raised their heads and stared blankly at the scene before them, completely unable to come to their senses. Madagascar covered her mouth and exclaimed softly as she stared at Lin in disbelief. Done! And Lin nodded, and the white light in his hand dissipated. Master, your injuries have completely healed. I'll avenge you now. Madagascar nodded blankly upon hearing this, and Lin smiled lightly before turning his gaze toward the sky again. The Dark Knight Monarch's snowy white face was filled with shock, and she could no longer maintain her composure. The Dark Knight Monarch's primordial darkness was one of her most powerful divine abilities, but it had been shattered by a casual slap from this man. How could she maintain her composure? Who are you? Who am I? And Lin looked up at the black-robed woman in the sky and spoke in a cold voice. I am Teacher Yu Ying's disciple Lin. He took a step forward and soundlessly appeared in front of the Dark Knight Monarch. The Dark Knight Monarch's pupils contracted, and before she could react, the inky black, evil-slaying sword had already pierced into her chest. An extremely terrifying restrictive force completely sealed off her power. The Dark Knight Monarch's inky black eyes stared at the indifferent man in front of her, and waves of shock surged through her heart. She couldn't even see how Lin had appeared in front of her. Spatial teleportation? No, spatial teleportation would definitely cause spatial fluctuations. However, the man in front of her had already arrived in front of her with a single step. He ignored distance and space, as if everything was as it should be. I'm going to make you suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold for what you've done to Teacher. And Lin looked at the woman with a cold expression as the evil-slaying sword began to absorb the Dark Knight Monarch's blood essence in a frenzy. Ah! The Dark Knight monarch's body began to tremble. Her energy, cultivation base, and life force began to flow away at a rapid rate, and her consciousness was also being whittled away bit by bit. And Lynn even magnified this pain to no end. An indescribable pain engulfed her entire body, and she let loose a heart-wrenching cry. "Master, Dark Knight!" The handsome man guarding the inky black passageway was enraged to the extreme upon seeing this. He spread open his huge black wings and flew toward Lynn with a silver spear in his hand. "Stop right there!" The man thrust his spear forward, and a spear projection flashed through the air, painting the entire sky white. "Shut up!" And Lynn pointed a finger at the man with his left hand. Crack! The spear projection, the spear, and the man's body. All of them were instantly annihilated between heaven and earth, leaving not a single trace behind. Taoist priest Suyin, Taoist Yumu, and Spirit Stone all stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. That man was a powerful being from the Darkwing tribe who could easily defend against all three of them on his own, but he was annihilated by Lin with a single finger? The remaining Blood Tribe warriors had already been scared out of their wits by Lin, and all of them fled for their lives. And Lin made a grabbing motion toward heaven and earth. The sky as a net, and the earth as a slaughter. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled violently. An absolute restrictive power descended from the sky, immobilizing all of the Blood Tribe warriors in place. Immediately afterward, a power imbued with the power to annihilate everything rose from the earth. It mercilessly pulverized the bodies of the Blood Tribe warriors. Even the blood gods, who possessed extremely powerful life force, were annihilated by the power of the earth. The Blood Tribe army was annihilated with a single palm. Chapter 95. The human cultivators were all stunned into a daze after witnessing the man's nature-defying methods. Is he really the Lin I know? The Poison Lord is so terrifying. It's over. My sword still has his blood on it. Will he come after me? The cultivators on the ground discussed spiritedly among themselves. However, there was no doubt that they revered the figure in the sky like a god. In contrast, the Dark Knight monarch, who had once given them nightmares, was now extremely weak. Her features were gradually aging. Her inky black hair had turned snowy white, and her aura had also become fainter and fainter. Her power, consciousness, cultivation base, and life were all about to dissipate. She could no longer feel pain, only despair toward death. In the past, I viewed you as an ant. But now, I'm probably also an ant in your eyes, right? The Dark Knight monarch spoke in a raspy voice. She no longer had any power to resist. She was once the supreme monarch of the Darkwing tribe, but now she was being stepped on like an ant. And Lin shook his head as he gazed at the dying woman and spoke indifferently. I won't use my strength to determine a person's existence. In my eyes, you're just a sinner who deceived my master. Just like how Master Ewing doesn't treat me differently because of our cultivation bases. In her eyes, I'm her student, Dark Knight Monarch. Her dark eyes slowly dimmed, and a hint of indiscernible loneliness flashed across her eyes. And Lin didn't waste any more words and slashed down with his evil-slaying sword. The Dark Knight Monarch's body was completely pulverized by this slash, disappearing from the world. The black insignia on Lin's forehead began to fade. He grabbed the storage ring left behind by the Dark Knight Monarch and continued forward, arriving in front of the pitch-black passageway. This should be the passageway leading to the Darkwing tribe. What a pity! If I had enough time, I could have gone there, and Lin looked at this passageway and threw a punch. Gotcha! The passageway shattered from his punch and finally began to collapse. It's over, and Lin said softly, and the black mark on his forehead began to disappear. In an instant, he felt that he had lost all his strength. His body went limp, and a great sense of exhaustion hit him. Then his vision went black, and he fainted on the ground. Su Xiaolan and the others rushed to Lin anxiously and helped him up. After confirming that his vital signs were normal, Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't explode this time. Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin with lingering fear, and the nervous expression on her face eased a little. The terrifying self-destruction of the finger of heaven's path was still vivid in his mind. If Enlin really blew up, they really wouldn't be able to do anything, and Lin has created another miracle. Fate is such a wonderful thing. Earth Immortal Mingyuan looked at Enlin with amazement and satisfaction on his face. Every time he saw this student create trouble, his understanding of fate would become more thorough. Perhaps he would be able to break through to the return to void stage after 2 or 3 more of this. What no one noticed was that just as the black mark on Enlin's forehead disappeared, something that transcended matter and was not within the rules of the great Tao left his body. It passed through the mortal world and merged into the Tai Chu continent. The world was still the same, and the living beings on the Tai Chu continent wouldn't notice this change. However, the world had changed, and something seemed to become more reasonable. In the central region of the Tai Chu continent, there was a region filled with ancient sinister devils. The snake-tailed woman opened her eyes, which were filled with the stars of the great Tao. In her hand, the rainbow heavenly stone suddenly emitted a dazzling light, purifying all the sinister devils within a radius of 50 kilometers. The mending of the heavens has begun. Looks like I have to hurry. The woman flew on a rainbow cloud, and her body flashed as she moved toward a place further away from the continent. 3 days later, Enlin woke up. He felt his body, and it was still as good as before. Many human cultivators heard about Enlin's awakening, and all came to visit him. Slowly, gifts began to pile up in Enlin's room. This scene was very similar to the last time when he woke up from his self-detonation. However, this time, it was even crazier than the last time. After all, not only did Enlin display heaven-defying power this time, on the other hand, he was the savior of this group of human cultivators. If it weren't for Enlin, they would probably all have died at the hands of the Dark Knight Monarch. These cultivators naturally weren't stingy toward their savior, and they gave him many good things. The sect leaders of the Dragon Tiger sect, Wudong sect, Shangqing sect, and Kunlun sect also came to visit and gave him 3 storage rings. These were all items left behind by the blood gods, and Lin didn't pick them up at the time, so they helped him pick them up. That's right, these blood gods were all killed by Enlin with a single palm strike. The mighty figures of the cultivation world were only there to help Mother Nature pick up the treasures. Lin Yi also returned. He was the one who discovered the Blood Tribe army in advance, then cut off his connection with the outside world and hid in the vicinity of the enemy. He only reconnected with the outside world when the Blood Tribe was about to make their move, thus leading to that battle. After that, the Dark Knight Monarch used the realm-piercing nail to force her way into the spell formation and met up with the Demon Emperor and the others who had already entered the mystic realm. She made the evil-slaying sword give up its original sword spirit and made the Demon Emperor its new sword spirit. Thus, the evil-slaying sword successfully broke free from the sword spirit purification suppression of the 3rd level spell formation and returned to the world. The script was supposed to be the Dark Knight Monarch wielding the evil-slaying sword and drinking the blood of all the human cultivators. However, an Enlin appeared. No one knew how Enlin suddenly became so powerful. Even now, everyone was still very confused. Of course, everyone had their own secrets. If Enlin didn't say anything, Su Xiaolan and the others wouldn't ask. Within the room, Madagascar looked at Enlin with a curious expression and adjusted his red-rimmed glasses as an intelligent glint flashed across his eyes. Student Enlin, your hacks are getting more and more exaggerated. Advancing from the Zeroth stage Tao body to the 10th stage Tao body in a single year. This has already broken the record of our Shoshin United University. But this is only the smallest of your hacks. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this, and he was speechless. Madagascar's eyes narrowed into a smile, and the curve of his lips was as perfect as a crescent moon. In the free-for-all battle, that finger-jabbing immortal spell was comparable to an attack from a celestial immortal. This hack was also very interesting, but it had a side effect. Then your blood was also a hack that could poison the blood tribe to death. And Lin listened to Madagascar's explanation, and even he felt like he had gone overboard. Why was he so powerful? But what shocked me the most was the battle in the ancient Jade Pond. The power you unleashed was far too unreal to be able to completely crush the Dark Knight monarch of the Darkwing tribe. As she said this, she inched her beautiful face closer to Enlin's. Her breath was fragrant and fragrant. Tell me, did that hack have any side effects? Enlin's heart trembled upon hearing this, but he maintained a mischievous smile on his face. Of course there were side effects. What side effects? Madagascar asked worriedly. The side effects were, and Lin wore a mysterious expression before continuing, I was unconscious for 3 days. Earth immortal you blinked her beautiful eyes. Finally, she slapped her forehead and sighed. Fine, you win. Have a good rest. I'm going out now. Sigh. It's just a fifth of my lifespan. 100 becomes 80. 10,000 becomes 8,000. One's lifespan increases as one's rank increases, so it's not a big deal. And Lin shook his head as he watched Madagascar leave. He tossed aside the messy thoughts in his mind and began to calculate his rewards. Chapter 96. First of all, there were the gifts from the human cultivators. To be honest, after witnessing Lin's nature-defying battle prowess, the cultivators didn't even dare to give him any gifts. After all, he was high and mighty. How could the Poison Lord take a liking to their little gifts? In the end, it was Su Xiaolan and the others who came to their aid, saying that Lin's true cultivation base was indeed only of the 10th stage Dao body. It was due to some special reason that he was able to temporarily unleash that kind of power. Hearing this, the cultivators were instantly reassured, and they threw their gifts at Lin with no regard for their lives. Soon, the entire room was filled with all kinds of items, and Lin counted these gifts as he put them into his storage ring. It had to be said, this process was really tiring. He really felt like his hands were getting tired from counting money, but he couldn't stop. There were a total of 326 spirit pills. These spirit pills had all kinds of effects, but they were generally helpful for cultivation, as well as replenishing blood and vital energy. The ranks of the pills ranged from 4th to 9th rank. There were a total of 72 talismans. Talismans were talismans that cultivators injected their power into. The user would then hold the talisman in their hands and release the power within the talisman in one go. This kind of talisman had the effect of defeating an enemy by surprise. However, the process of creating talismans was extremely complicated and mentally taxing. This was a technical job, and it required a certain level of aptitude to create good talismans. For example, some cultivators with insufficient aptitude might only be of the spirit nurturing stage, but they could only create talismans with the power of the Tao body stage. On the other hand, some extremely talented cultivators might only be of the Tao body stage, but they could create talismans with the power of the spirit nurturing stage. And Lin looked at the pile of talismans, not knowing how powerful they were. However, these talismans were all created by cultivators of at least the spirit nurturing stage. The power unleashed by activating the talismans should at least be stronger than his own power. Among them, there were a dozen or so talismans that were created by mighty figures of the soul formation stage. And Lin took out 3 talismans with the image of a yin-yang symbol on them. There was also a note stuck on each talisman. Taoist Priest Shiyun. 3 meticulously crafted talismans. When activated, they can block a full power strike from a soul formation middle stage cultivator. Although I have one more than my other 3 old friends, this also represents my respect for fellow Taoist and Lin. Please accept it. Then he took out 3 talismans that contained extremely strong sword intent, and there was still a note on them. Spirit Child Sure of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. 3 sword talismans, when activated, are comparable to the full power attack of an early stage soul formation cultivator. Although it's one more than my other 3 old friends, it's also a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. And Lynn. Then there were 3 more talismans with cranes on them with the same label. Celestial Master Zhang. 3 exorcism talismans. They contain powerful lightning techniques. Strike anyone you don't like. Although I have one more than my other 3 friends, I still have to give this extra spot to fellow Taoist and Lin. Please accept it. Finally, there were 4 talismans that exuded a vast aura, and there was still a note on them. Taoist Yumu, for killing talismans that I painstakingly crafted. Compared to my other 3 old friends, I have twice as many talismans and twice as much love. Please accept it, fellow Taoist and Lin. And Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. Kindly accept the talismans. Please take them back. He still couldn't forget the scene of Taoist Yumu slashing his wrist and the blood splattering all over his face. That was too terrifying. After looking at the 4 big shots notes, he finally understood what was going on. The 4 of them had most likely agreed in advance to give each of them 2 talismans. What he didn't expect was that all 3 of them had secretly added an extra talisman as a token of their appreciation. In the end, the crazy Taoist Yumu was more skillful and added twice as many talismans to take first place. And Lin looked at the 13 talismans, and his heart bloomed with joy. Talismans personally crafted by Soul Formation Stage Cultivators. These were all life-saving measures. After putting away the talismans, he also put the formation discs, spirit stones, and spirit medicines that the other cultivators had given him into his storage ring. Spirit stones were rare on Earth, and he had only received a little over 3,000 spirit stones this time. As for the formation discs and spirit medicines, there wasn't anything special about them. Finally, his gaze fell on the 3 storage rings of the blood gods. The Demon Emperor's storage ring had already disappeared, but there was one more blood god than he had expected. These storage rings had already been refined by Madagascar, and they were silently placed on the table. This was where the blood gods stored their treasures, so what kind of treasures could there be inside? And Lin's heart surged with excitement, and he picked up one of the storage rings and began to examine its contents. This was an ordinary storage ring with a radius of only 10 feet, several hundred spirit stones. I can understand that Earth is poor 2 high-rank magic tools, a spirit pill that exuded 4th grade energy, fluctuations. Ganon Lin was dumbstruck. He held the storage ring in his hand in a daze and fell into deep thought. Was this really the storage ring of the mighty blood god? It wasn't a fake, was it? Unwilling to give up, he picked up another storage ring. Within a radius of 10 feet, there were over 1,000 spirit stones, and there was also a very handsome red robe. Gone hurl! What do I need this storage ring for? And Lin was fuming with rage. F***CK. They were the blood gods. How could they have so few things? With a last shred of hope, he opened the 3rd storage ring. There were over 10,000 spirit stones in this storage ring. Furthermore, the spirit stones filled the entire storage ring, so there was no space left for anything else. And Lin looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. He took out the contents of the 3 storage rings and placed them into his own storage ring. Perhaps 10,000 spirit stones was a huge sum of money to a soul formation stage cultivator on Earth. However, and Lin really didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt very dejected. As for these 3 empty storage rings, he would give them to his father, Tian Lingling, and Donfang Shui. They would be very happy to receive them. Finally, he turned his attention to a pitch-black storage ring. The storage ring of the Dark Knight Monarch, one of the 12 monarchs of the Darkwing tribe. He unleashed his divine sense and began to inspect the storage ring. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, a smile appeared on Lin's face. Just this 1,000 feet in radius indicated that this storage ring was a supreme-grade storage ring that was worth 300,000 spirit stones. Within the storage ring, There were over 100 spirit stones that glowed with a white light. There were a few spirit stones. Wait, why is it white? And Lin focused his gaze, and a wide grin immediately appeared on his face. Holy F***CK! It's vital stones. Ordinary spirit stones contained an extremely dense amount of wandering vital energy. Vital stones, on the other hand, contained vital energy that was so concentrated that it was visible to the naked eye. The ratio of the value of the two was 1 to 10,000. Normal cultivators would explode and die if they absorbed the vital energy contained within vital stones. Only those who reached the return to void stage could safely absorb vital energy of this level. Over 100 vital stones, which meant that he now had over 1 million spirit stones. My God! And Lin was feeling a little dizzy. He was already delirious from this sudden burst of happiness. He then continued to inspect the items within the storage ring. There weren't many items inside, but all of them were supreme grade. Compared to this storage ring, the Blood God storage ring was like an uncivilized country bumpkin. 7th grade immortal pill, Dragon Soul pill. This pill was pure white and translucent, and there was the faint sound of a dragon's roar revolving around it. It could enhance the power of the consumer's consciousness and could be consumed by cultivators at or above the soul formation stage. Starless sky of slaughter formation disc. Unknown rank and power. Even the divine inspection technique was unable to detect this item. It could only detect its name, realm-piercing nail, a powerful weapon that could pierce through space or spell formations. According to Madagascar, this was an immortal tool, evil-slaying sword, a top-of-the-line immortal tool. Unfortunately, the demonic sword Spirit Emperor had already been slain by Enlin. It had the material of an immortal tool, but no sentience, so it could only be considered a pseudo-immortal tool. There was also a piece of clothing with a label that hadn't been removed yet. This was a high-rank spirit tool, crafted by Shinguzi himself. Exclusive protective clothing, Jade Barley Ink Garment. This was a protective spirit tool. With it, he would be much safer when fighting with enemies in the future. Unfortunately, this was a piece of female clothing. Chapter 97. Actually, it was understandable that he would see such a beautiful and exquisite dress in the ring. The Dark Knight Monarch was a woman, so it was normal for her to have a high-rank spirit weapon, the Jade Barley Ink Garment. Unfortunately, she didn't even get a chance to wear it before it fell into Enlin's hands. The label hadn't even been removed yet. Since he couldn't wear it, he would give it to a girl. But who should he give it to? Enlin was a little troubled. In his mind, he actually had two candidates. One was Su Xiaolan, and the other was Madagascar. Su Xiaolan was very good to him and had helped him countless times. Although it was because of their good relationship, he still had to do something, right? However, after seeing Earth Immortal Yu Ying block the sword for Enlin couldn't help but want to give this robe to her. He always had a thought. Maybe if Teacher Yu Ying had this dress, the terrifying scene wouldn't happen again. He thought about it, but he couldn't think of anyone to give it to. Finally, he felt that he should start with respecting his teacher when he gave the dress to Madagascar. Madagascar was very touched, but he refused. And Lin, I have never accepted a gift from a student during my teaching career. Even you can't make me make an exception. And Lin took the dress back resentfully, then went to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan saw this beautiful and exquisite jade barley ink garment and was very fond of it. But when she realized that it was a high-rank spirit weapon for protection, she refused to accept it no matter what. Her reason was that this dress was too expensive. What was a high-rank spirit weapon? It was a magic treasure, second only to immortal weapons. An attack-type high-grade spirit weapon was already very precious, and a defensive high-grade spirit weapon was an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Even the sect leaders of large immortal sects might not have a defensive high-rank spirit weapon. Yet, Enlin gave away this high-grade spirit artifact just like that. Su Xiaolan really didn't have the face to accept it just like that. She would feel ashamed to accept it. and Lin gloomily walked out of Su Xiaolan's room. Why was it so hard to give her clothes? What if he couldn't deliver the clothes? He couldn't possibly waste them. Should I ask Big Brother Cheng if he wants it? Xianyuan Cheng looked at the women's clothing that Lin had sent over, and his face was filled with black lines. And Lin, please put yourself in my shoes. Ah, no. Please don't put me in the same category as you. I'm not a cross-dresser. Just like that, and Lin was chased out by Xianyuan Cheng, and Lin was very disappointed. This was the first time he had met someone who didn't accept gifts, and he had even met 3 of them at once. Was it too expensive? He held the jade barley ink garment in his hands. The material was light and felt good to the touch. Perhaps it would be very comfortable to wear. Damn it, what was he thinking? No, he had to give it away. Something bad would happen if he kept it with him. And Lin walked into Su Xiaolan's room again. Su Xiaolan was leaning back in her chair with her long hair tied up behind her back. She was scrolling through Taobao on her phone. Huh? Why are you here again? She was a little surprised to see that Lin had returned with a set of clothes. Xiaolan, you have to keep this. And Lin handed the jade barley ink garment to Su Xiaolan. This dress is super suitable for you. If you put it on, you'll definitely look like a celestial maiden that walked out from an ink painting. Try it if you don't believe me. Su Xiaolan. Will the clothes bite you if they're in your storage ring? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Lin. She was a little exasperated at his insistence on giving her clothes. They won't bite me, but they'll corrode my mind. And Lin replied honestly. Su Xiaolan's heart finally softened at the sight of his sincere expression. She waved her hand. All right, I really have to give it to you. I'll take it, all right? But I'm buying this dress from you. A normal high-rank defensive spirit tool costs around 400,000 spirit stones. We're friends, so I'll pay you back 300,000 spirit stones in the future. How's that? Su Xiaolan knew that Lin definitely wouldn't accept it if she offered 400,000 spirit stones, so she lowered the price a little. No, we're close friends. Super friendship price, 100,000 spirit stones. And Lin said with a determined expression, There's such a thing as close friends? Su Xiaolan blushed slightly. Ow, all right, but I don't have that many spirit stones in my storage ring right now. I'll pay you back when we get back to the sect. Haha, there's no need to worry about money. I'm a tycoon now. And Lin handed the dress to Su Xiaolan with a smile on his face. A huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and his entire body felt a lot more relaxed. After receiving the new dress, he naturally had to try it on. When Su Xiaolan reappeared before Lin in the jade barley ink garment, he was once again stunned by her beauty. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, her lips were red without lipstick, and her eyebrows were green without makeup. The light green dress on her body made her appear elegant and transcendent, and Lin gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Big sister Celestial Maiden, let's take a photo together? A graceful smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Then she spoke in a seductive voice. Sure, but it'll cost 100,000 spirit stones. No problem. 2 days later, by Yun Temple, it was time to return to the Celestial Court, and Lin and the others arrived at the Taoist temple again. And Ming Chuan, Tian Lingling, Huang Shanshan, Dongfeng Shui, the Savior, Green River Sword Immortal, and the others all came to bid farewell. And Lin gave the 3 storage rings to his father, Tian Lingling, and Dongfeng Shui. In the storage ring for his father, there were also many pills that he felt he could use, as well as some life-saving talismans. Little Lin, focus on your cultivation and don't force yourself. Remember, your life is the most important thing. And Ming Chuan spoke patiently. I know, Dad. You have to focus on your cultivation as well. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter as he felt like this line was a little hilarious. And Ming Chuan couldn't help but glare at Lin upon seeing his son's flippant expression. Tian Lingling was moved to the point of tears. This was the first time she had received such an expensive gift. Wah! Fake Taoist priest, you have to come back often. Looking at the weeping young girl, and Lin couldn't help but rub her soft, chestnut-colored hair. Little Loli, are you really 18 years old? He asked with a chuckle. Why do you cry so much? You're the Loli. I'm cute, I'm adorable. I love to cry, what's wrong with that? If you call me Loli again, I'll upload a photo of you in female clothing to the group chat. Tian Lingling immediately retorted upon hearing the term little Loli, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. He had thought Tian Lingling had become more adorable, but now that he thought about it, she was still as sly as ever. Dongfang Shui covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Lingling, didn't you upload that photo to the group a while ago? And Lin, all right, who was this adorable Loli? No one accepted it. He was going to strangle her to death. Soon, the teleportation spell formation of the Baiyun Temple began to glow with a dazzling light, and Lin and the others stood within the spell formation and waved farewell to everyone on Earth. In the end, their figures disappeared amid a flash of white light. Chapter 98. A white light flashed past the southern heavenly gate, and Lin and the others began to appear. There, a man with long silver hair was looking at them with a smile on his face. Madagascar and Earth Immortal Ming Yuan immediately bowed in salute. We pay our respects to Emperor Ziwei. And Lin and the others immediately followed suit upon hearing that the man before them was Emperor Ziwei. There's no need for such formalities. Thank you for your hard work. Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold and stern, but his voice was extremely gentle, as if it had a soothing power that alleviated the anxiety in everyone's hearts. And Lin finally raised his head and looked curiously at the silver-haired man. This was the first time he had seen a true god, and he was extremely excited. As for that old man from before, who knew if he was a true god? After all, he hadn't even told Lin his name. As one of the 4 emperors of the celestial court, Emperor Ziwei was known as the Lord of the Stars and the Master of all creations. Apparently, he was proficient in all kinds of immortal spells and was the ancestor of all immortal spells. Apparently, he was in control of heaven and earth and was well versed in the tribulations of the universe. How could Lin not be excited to see such a badass figure appear before him? I've heard about what happened on Earth. You completed your mission very well. The 3rd level spell formation was not set up perfectly, and it was my mistake that the Darkwing tribe took advantage of it. I will now give each of you a pill refinement invitation. Take this invitation to the Do Shui Palace, and you will be able to refine an immortal pill below the 6th grade for free. Please accept this gift. Emperor Ziwei waved his right hand as he spoke, and a golden invitation appeared in everyone's hands. Thank you, Emperor Ziwei. Everyone was ecstatic to see the invitation and expressed their gratitude. This was an immortal pill, and each one of them was worth an entire city. Now, they could ask someone from the Do Shui Palace to refine one for free. This was an extremely pleasant surprise. Emperor Ziwei nodded and turned toward Lin as a vast star map flashed through his eyes. Soon his eyes became clear again, and the figure of a young man was reflected in his pupils. Classmate Lin, I've also heard about your exploits. You're a great contributor to this incident, so I'll give you the evil-slaying sword as a present. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing Emperor Ziwei's words. Actually, he had never intended to return the sword. However, since the North Pole Emperor had personally brought it up, he was naturally extremely grateful and thanked him again. Emperor Ziwei returned to the North Star Palace after taking care of matters here. Sigh, it's a pity for my lovely sword spirit. The silver-haired man sighed faintly. If he hadn't forcefully passed through the southern heavenly gate, the passageway would have collapsed. He had already rushed to Earth when the level 3 formation was broken into. I didn't think that the Darkwing tribe would have a way to enter Earth as well. I wonder how Her Majesty would react if she were to learn of this. An intrigued expression appeared on the man's face. In the celestial court Xiaoxian United University, the story of Enlin and the others descending to the mortal world to carry out a mission had long spread throughout the campus. Originally, it was just a mission to reinforce the seal of the demonic pagoda and slay the Dark Knight monarch. It evolved into a legendary story of slaying the demon tribe, the blood tribe, and the Dark Knight monarch of the Darkwing tribe. The members of Enlin's team had long since been praised to the heavens by the students. Enlin himself had also become a legendary figure in the university, with all sorts of legendary stories being sung about him. Stories about how he could hang a heavenly venerate in the sky and slay a demonic dragon in the sea. There were also stories about how he had slaughtered his way into the Darkwing tribe's mobile castle, and so on. In any case, there were stories about both what he had done and what he hadn't done. After Wang Xuanzhan found out that Enlin had slain the Dark Knight monarch, he immediately ran to the academic affairs office and begged the teacher to remove his #1 spot on the immortal rankings board, saying that he couldn't afford to lose so much face. Well, these were actually all things that the teachers should be worrying about. The return of Enlin and the others created a massive stir on the campus. It was all because Enlin was too famous that he encountered a lot of trouble when he was distributing the items. The countless scorching gazes were still a small matter. However, there were some people asking for autographs, asking for photos, sending flowers, sending hearts. This gave Enlin a huge headache. Fame was a terrible thing for men, and fat was a terrible thing for pigs. Lu Qianhuan didn't have much of a reaction to his glorious feats. After receiving the new version of the game, she immediately revamped it and forcefully abused him. Enlin also asked Su Qianyin to deliver the snacks that you two requested. After all, only women could enter the Moon Palace. Men and dogs weren't allowed in. Not long after, Dabai also ran over to Zhao Huayin's house, holding hands with him. Dabai maintained his adorable and mighty beast form and wagged his furry tail as he spoke in an adorable manner. Enlin, you're getting more and more badass. I want to be your beast pet, woof. Enlin, Zhao Huayin, Enlin thought back to the thrill of flying on dog kinesis flight. And then he agreed without hesitation. Zhao Huayin ran to the washroom and closed the door with tears streaming down his face. Dogs can't be kept at home. He raised him so painstakingly, but he still had to marry someone. But I can't sign a contract with you yet. I have to return to the mythological beast sect in a few days to receive the inheritance. I'll sign a contract with you when I receive the inheritance and master the technique. Dabai stuck out his tongue and continued with a cheerful smile. No problem, I'm not in a hurry. Is Zhao Huayin going back with you? Enlin asked with a smile. I also have to go back for a while to receive the sect's reward. Zhao Huayin, who had just returned from the washroom, spoke. Once Dabai condensed his beast core, Zhao Huayin's mission as a caretaker would also be completed. He would also receive a generous mission reward when he returned to the mythological beast sect. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Enlin's inexplicable assistance that he was able to complete the mission. Thus, his feelings toward Enlin could be described as a mixture of love and hate. After bidding farewell to Dabai and Zhao Huayin, Enlin's life returned to normal. His cultivation life in the school was very ordinary. Apart from the fact that there were a lot more people paying attention to him during his studies, there wasn't much of a difference. On the other hand, Su Xiaolan complained all day that she didn't have a car to drive and that she couldn't experience the speed and passion of racing. She started to miss the things in the mortal world. Finally, near the end of her first year, she successfully broke through to the spirit nurturing stage. This breakthrough satisfied her pursuit of speed and passion, and she raced with her flying sword every day. Once, she even dragged Enlin with her and raced with her flying sword in the sea of clouds at dusk. The two of them traversed through the beautiful sea of clouds, leaving a trail of pure white clouds in their wake. S-shaped curve flight, U-shaped turnaround flight, W-shaped mountain crossing flight, O-shaped 100-loop helix flight. That experience once again had triggered in Lin's acrophobia and tachyphobia. That terrifying feeling of weightlessness was an obstacle that every cultivator who used sword kinesis flight had to overcome. As for Lin, it was clear that he was still unable to adapt. Not only was he unable to adapt, but his resistance became even stronger. He remembered that when he got off the flying sword, his legs were trembling and his throat was hoarse from all the shouting. At that time, he kind of missed Dubai. He missed the sense of security that came from lying on top of it and flying with dog kinesis flight. Soon, the first year of university life came to an end. The new students' end-of-year examinations were also officially announced. Chapter 99. This year's end-of-year exam was not much different from the previous years. There was a saying circulating around the school. First and second-year students interact with wild beasts. Third and fourth-year students interact with mosquitoes. Fifth-year students interact with beautiful women. As for wild beasts, they naturally referred to the myriad mountain realm in the southern part of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Ferocious beasts ran amok there. From time to time, beast tides would invade the stone dragon state in the southernmost part of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Human cultivators were no pushovers either. They would often form armies to hunt in the mountains. Some mutant beasts were full of treasures. They were excellent materials for tool refinement and pill refinement. Not only would they be able to rid the world of evil, but they would also be able to reap many benefits. As for interacting with mosquitoes, they were no ordinary mosquitoes. They were what the students called the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe was located in the southwestern part of the Thai Chu continent. They loved to suck the blood of cultivators. How could the cultivators tolerate this? Of course, they would slap them to death. The Blood Tribe had enemies all around them. They wanted to suck all kinds of blood, not only human cultivators, but the monks from the Western Paradise and the Lightwing clan from the Holy Paradise were also on their menu. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dark Marshlands was a heavily polluted place, the Blood Tribe would have been wiped out several times already. The fifth-year students would interact with beautiful women. These beautiful women were even more ferocious. Although they wouldn't eat humans, they would freeze cultivators into cute ice sculptures and collect them. These beautiful women were called snow maidens. They were a species from the holy glacial lands in the northern part of the Thai Chu continent. The population of the holy glacial lands was quite large. However, they were all female. No one knew how they reproduced. The war between them and human cultivators had lasted for over 1,000 years. The Celestial Court would send out many troops to the northern part of the Wind Plain State every year, and Lin and the others were only first-year students. They didn't need to think too much about the future. They only needed to think about how to interact with wild beasts. Their end-of-year exam was led by their homeroom teacher, the Flying Sword God. They traveled to Ding and City in the Chu River Prefecture of the Stone Dragon State. The Chu River Prefecture was one of the most dangerous prefectures in the Stone Dragon State. Powerful mutant beasts often appeared there. After all, they were all students of the first class. They had the strongest overall strength, so they naturally had the heaviest responsibilities. For the year-end test this time, the target of their class was to kill 3,000 beasts of all kinds within half a month. At first glance, it seemed like a lot, but when divided evenly among each student, it was only 30 per person. It was said that the freshmen and sophomores were allocated a total of 500,000. One could imagine how devastating the end-of-year test of Xiaoxian United University was for the beasts in the myriad mountain domain. Ferocious beasts were defined as wild beasts that could use the energy of the world to strengthen their bodies and were extremely aggressive towards humans. They were often the main force that formed the beast tide to invade the Stone Dragon province. Under normal circumstances, the Flying Sword God would not take action. He was only responsible for recording the performance of each student. If you perform well, the school will even reward you. But those rewards, how to put it, Tycoon and Lin didn't really care. The teleportation spell formation of the Celestial Court and Shoshin United University could teleport to any state in the Kingdom of the Nine States. After all the members of the first class had gathered on the teleportation spell formation, the Flying Sword God activated the teleportation spell formation. A dazzling white light enshrouded all the members. Immediately afterward, the world began to spin. The figures of 100 students appeared on another teleportation plaza. After appearing on the teleportation plaza of the Stone Dragon province, and Lin's eyes widened with curiosity as he looked around. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, as well as roads paved with bluestone. There were all kinds of carriages coming and going. The passers-by were either dressed in plain clothes or luxurious silk garments, all of them bustling about the market. Wow, this really is an ancient scene. And Lin exclaimed in amazement. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. What do you mean ancient scenes? This is modern times. It's just that the people of the Kingdom of the Nine States don't pay much attention to the development of science and technology. Even so, people still live free and unfettered lives. In an era where cultivation was flourishing, there really weren't many people who could indulge in scientific inventions. Furthermore, with the precedent set by the Purple Star civilization, the imperial families of some states had even formulated policies to suppress the development of science. The place they were currently at was the capital city of the Stone Dragon province, where the Coiling Dragon imperial family was located. The powers of the Kingdom of the Nine States were generally referred to as the One Day for Sex and Nine Emperors. The imperial families of each state were extremely powerful in the cultivation world and controlled the resources of their respective states. And Lin remembered that Su Qianyin was the princess of the Greenwood imperial family of the Purple Star State. Her status was extremely noble. He looked into the distance. On a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Behind the clouds and mist, he could faintly make out a majestic palace. That was most likely the palace of the Coiling Dragon imperial family. If possible, and Lin really wanted to go in and see what the palace of the cultivation world looked like. However, he didn't have the opportunity to do so now. After all, there was still a distance of over 500 kilometers between the capital city and the Ding, and city of the Chu River Prefecture. They didn't have the time to leisurely walk there. They were traveling over 500 kilometers in a day. You didn't hear wrong, they were indeed traveling over 500 kilometers in a day. The homeroom teacher said that this was also a part of cultivation and that they had to complete it. 100 kilometers was 500 kilometers, and the students finished running in 12 hours. In other words, each student had to reach a speed of over 40 kilometers per hour and then run for 12 hours straight. Could you imagine the scene of a group of students running over mountains and valleys? This really was the marathon of the cultivation world. In Class 1, the students with the lowest rank were all of the 9th stage Dao body. However, in the process of running over 500 kilometers, there were still a few students who were so tired that they fell flat on the ground and directly fainted, and Lin had the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, a cultivation technique that could strengthen one's physique. Even so, he was sweating profusely and his legs were weak. When he saw the few people flying freely in the sky, his chest tightened even more. That's right, at this moment, the gap between cultivators of the Tao body stage and cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage was manifested. Others flew leisurely in the sky. While they could only run tirelessly on the ground, the number of cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage in their class had increased to 4. Apart from Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyin, the other newly advanced cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage were Su Xiaolan and Lu Zhan. Some of the students looked enviously at the 4 students in the sky. Only now did they deeply understand how wonderful it was to be able to fly on a sword. And Lin didn't look enviously at them. Was sword kinesis flight really that fun? No, sword kinesis flight was too small, too fast and unstable. There was nothing around them, and there was nothing to obstruct their vision, sure enough. Furry and warm dog kinesis flight was the way to go. Sigh, if only Dubai was here. And Lynn thought with a melancholy expression.